the islands.
I'll be getting started here in a second
to find out why its residents support the war in Ukraine. We also talked to one of the former Japanese
Lunesta, what's
inhabitants,
up?
now worrying when they
Lunesta,
will be able
I was
to
going to
visit
say,
again.
my plan was to say, in reply to your thing on Discord, I was going to say, have you seen his penis? It's tremendous penis. It's a wonderful penis. Everyone's talking about his penis. Have you seen it? Anyways, that's what I was going to reply. Something along those lines. And then you deleted your thing, and I'm so glad I didn't
Why
send
had he
it.
volunteered to join a conflict
Without
so
context.
far from home?
Everyone would have been like,
Nazarowa
what?
believes it was because of a frontier mentality.
We live in a border region, so we could be affected. He believed he had to fight to protect what was ours, because if we don't fight today, we'll be the ones who are invaded tomorrow.
February 24th marks 4 years since the start of Russia's invasion. Moscow has not released an official death toll, but one survey puts the number of Russian military dead over 170,000. Even so, Russian President Vladimir Putin has indicated he will fight on, and he has appealed to people's patriotism.
A totally not AI version
We'd
of
like to support
Putin.
the heroes taking part in the special military operation through our words and actions. Millions of Russians stand with you. We believe in our victory.
All right. What's up, my brothers and sisters? I hope you're doing well. We're going to be working on wood cutting. Okay, now Greg sent me a video of when I told him that this other thing, because I was thinking about all the mechanics, everything that I can do with this game. And I was like, and I was watching an episode of Green Acres, and it was an episode where Oliver is cutting wood for his porch. Green Acres porch. Let me see if I can find it. No, I gotta go on the Tubi. Hilden, how's it going? Just what? Let me go. Do I have to sign in? Are we serious? So I thought, let me see if I can find the OG. This is first day on the farm. Neighbor. Yeah, here we go. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one.
Yes, business.
Sorry, we're gonna watch a really old TV show here for a brief second. Okay. So this is the scene, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. I can do this for the game. So you get where this is headed. He's not measuring. Now he's going to use the old one. He's just sort of pointing to where he wants to cut. Oh my god. Anyways, eventually he builds the porch. Let me see if I can find that. Where's the porch? Where is the porch? So here we go.
Oh, is it ready yet? It is now.
Haha. Oh God, there we go.
You notice
So there's the
anything?
porch. Looks wonderful.
Oh, you chopped enough wood for the whole winter.
But we can do this. I have this. We can cut wood, and we can join wood together. So something like this is totally possible with everything that we have right now. Do we pivot? I don't know. What do you guys think? Do I just try today for a few hours? We don't count this as the wood cutting stuff, and I just see like how difficult would this be? The thing that I can work on that pivots into this is the whole Bethesda holding thing. So we get the actual holding stuff working, and then we can go from there. What do you guys think? I think I should work on the holding anyways, so we can do that. If you can dream it, you can do it. That sounds like a platitude on a poster for like a middle schooler, like with a cat holding on to the hang in there. Well, I'm not married to Cindy Crawford, so you're wrong, Greg. I love how I just dunked on my wife. That's not what I mean. Oh my God. Okay, I gotta show the chat here just so we can see that bigger. This poor son of a bitch. He's just trying to salute. Salute your shorts. Okay. Back to work. Yeah, let's work on the picking up stuff. Yeah, he was spinning it. That's what he was doing. He was spinning.
You know what Mama got me?
Yeah, you can show me what Mama got you. You don't have to ask permission. Kids treat me like I'm some sort of like Japanese general. Hello.
Got some more remote control batteries for my remote control Christmas tree.
Ooh, batteries for the train?
Yeah, Christmas tree.
Oh, very good. Awesome. You excited?
I got them from the Archie.
Oh, nice. Eddie Albert Greenacres shirtless. Is that the skinny kid? Oh. That's Oliver. Oh my God. Oh my God, Greg. Elsa, how you doing? Now I have to get that visual out of my head. Thanks for that, buddy. Thanks for that. Ruined my day already. Get back to work, Greg. Stop getting distracted, man. We're all constantly working on new games. This is all we're ever doing. I was just showing I was just showing Greg a clip of Green Acres where Oliver is cutting wood and trying to rebuild a porch, but he's not measuring the wood. And I was like, I'm doing joints. I can slice some mesh and turn it back into a physics body. And I was like, wait a minute, is this what I do? So we're going to work on picking things up, which is related to just making this game anyways. And then maybe we're just going to have a little fun and see if we can just get a table saw and some wood and just cut it and then place it and then nail it together and just see what that's like, maybe just as a little aside for something. Maybe we'll do that. But otherwise, we have a lot of tree stuff in front of us to work on, which is still something I think that we're probably going to end up doing, right? So, but we've got our work cut out for us with the tree stuff. Let me close out NHK World. By the way, if you have PBS in your area, then just watch that. It's great. The NHK channel is dope. Dope. Obsidian. There we go. Jacob, how's it going? So yeah, we have this list of things here that we want to work on. Okay. So right here, this is our big ass to-do list. Now, none of these are just easy. None of this is easy. And I wouldn't call a lot of this even systems so much as like necessary things that need to happen in order to make the game that I'm trying to make. So, but yeah, picking up things, dropping them. That's what we're going to work on here. I'm going to go grab something else to drink. I'll be right back and we'll get started. Give me 2 minutes. Nathir, how's it going? Jacob, Els, Greg. It's like Cheers, guys. All right, so let's duplicate. And then we'll just throw, no, we don't want the trunk. Duplicate. Okay, we're just going to duplicate this son of a bitch. Duplicate. And we're going to everything has to be unique. Okay. So now we should just have a thing we can pick up right here. And I believe E is our pickup button. And it's suddenly we're climbing a tree. WTF, mate. Why is that? Oh, because even a branch constitutes. All right. So I have this guy. Why do you think that happens? We're in physics hell, guys. Any thoughts about that particular thing? But we do have the Bethesda picking up and dropping. So we can do that. The only time we can't is when, bye-bye. I like the idea of a car crossing the street here. Okay, so the dot product stuff. So we have some stuff here. New troubleshooting things. We've got this debugger here. Got the branch coming down the way it should be coming down. But it's not breaking because we're doing a dot product comparison. Do the Bethesda. The Bethesda. It just works. It just works. See those hills over there? It just works. Do the Bethesda. All right. So we do have a problem when we go to pick up. So this is our controller free move. Physics object holding. We have a placeholder transform. We set the object holding global transform to the placeholder transform. Global transform. Now let's just take a look at object holding global position and object placeholder position. Okay, so let's do that. It just works. It just works. I don't know why this one wants to come off more easy. Like that falls fine. But then the one here doesn't. Okay, the object is the same. This whole climb tree thing, we need to get rid of that. So that's on lumber, right? So let's get rid of climb tree for now. So we ain't ready for that. Kids are gonna love it though. Oops. My kids are into Smash Bros again. So where's this dang prompt coming from? Let's do a search. Climb tree. Climb. Game, line 13, 113. Node inner is okay, we'll get rid of that. And this, we'll do a pass here. The original, the 64 Smash with like 4 characters. Melee was the one that me and the buddies all played together. That was our go-to. It was funny when we discovered, because you had to play it for a certain number of hours to unlock certain things. And we discovered that if you had a controller, it counted each player's time. So all you had to do is plug in 4 controllers and leave it on. And 1 hour suddenly became 4 hours of time. So leaving it on overnight with 4 controllers plugged in and then saving the save file and then, or going to school and leaving it on and stuff. I remember that's how we unlocked something that way. And that was before, like, we didn't look that up. We just kind of figured it out. I played the 64 version, but plenty of Melee. Yeah. 64 was fun. Supposedly, we're not getting another Smash, and I sort of believe it. Nintendo really does the whole dance with the one you came with thing. And so, like, with all of their games, the original creators generally have their toes in the creative process of that, whatever comes from it. Hal and Kirby is a little weird with Sakurai, but they're not really Nintendo. And yeah, but it's always interesting to me, but I think that Smash Bros is going to go down with Sakurai. I think that's it. And so we're going to get something Smash-esque, but not Smash Brothers in the future. But maybe not. I don't know. I mean, obviously, they're going to keep making Mario games. You know, Smash Bros. At this point, I'd be pretty burned out. Yeah. Well, I think he knew, and I think right now we're seeing this with the new Mario Kart. That, like, when you peak that good, you need to kind of just, you know, take a little winner's lap and, like, let things rest for a bit. Marvel didn't do that. But I think also from an audience perspective, it's kind of hard to be like, you can't top that. So you have to let it brew. I don't know. But Switch 2 is gonna honestly the first thing I'm really excited for Switch 2 is the new Pokemon game that's like Pokemon Builders, basically. Yeah, I mean, it really can't, and unless they take it in a different direction, like it turns more into, because it's really sumo. Smash is really like sumo, right? It's like wrestling, but you're knocking people off the stage. And so maybe they go and they don't make Smash Bros, but they make a fighting game that's not that core mechanic. But yeah, Smash hasn't really innovated in its entire existence. Really. It's always about the roster. But at this point, the roster is so peaked that you just can't. I don't see how you do it. So what I need is a way to compare how much of, if I have the branch and it's a relative comparison between the neighbor. So it needs to be in some form of relative space. If I'm relative to each other, so it's like a difference of the two transforms. Is there a way to have like a numeric difference between two transforms, or something like that? I'm about 17% complete on getting the tactics game ported to back to GD script, if you can believe that. Went from GD script to C# to GD script again. I will say it wasn't a waste. I've learned so much, and I think it's made me better. Yeah, but the speed that I'm doing it is going to be like it speeds up because I'm literally having to go through every single step of the code. And like anytime it calls something, I have to go and make that thing. And if that thing calls something, I have to make that thing, and so on. And so I'm only like to the inputs of the core game loop, but it's doubling my speed at which I can produce the port is speeding up, because once I have other elements done, then the other ones fit together really good. But actually going through that code had me realizing that I was on the right track with some of the stuff I was doing in C# that I'm not doing right now. And I was like, oh, that's actually a really good way of doing it. 70 or 17. Yeah, just 17. But it should double when I get a chance to work on it. I've been spending about an hour or 2 hours every week on it. So it's only been 2 weeks. So like 4 hours of my time, and that's how far I've gotten. So it's really not a huge ask to do what I'm doing. It's just, you know, finding time and stuff. And then, Jacob, I haven't told you one of the ideas I have for it, though, right? Because I've been thinking about how can I freshen up the game in terms of, like, if I were to just say, okay, for unit types and stuff, how can I bring in a different audience besides just people who love tactics games? The tactics gooners are a given. You make a tactics game, the gooners are going to give it a chance. They're going to goon over your tactics game. And then they'll give it a fair shake in terms of, like, is this a good tactics game or a bad one? But then to say to other people, hey, you're going to want to try and play this just because it looks fun, and you don't have to be a tactics bro to want to play it. That's the problem that I'm trying to kind of break through. I have to finish writing a big adventure for Whisperstone this much. Kind of a major milestone. Nice. Do you have like a deadline or a timeline for everything? Are we saying maybe within the next 5 years? Do you think, or does it feel like it's sooner than that? I'm all horny for writing. Yeah, I sent Els my idea, Greg. I was like, hey, I have this weird idea. Right. So what's the plan? I'll DM you the thing. I'll DM you the idea I have, Jacob. Because the tactics thing I think I'm going to work on primarily offline, and then just shadow drop, like, boom, here's this new thing about it. And then go, okay, I'm going to disappear again. Stream cut out? No, I'm still here. Back. That's weird. They're currently saying Kickstarter's Q1 or Q2 next year. Okay, cool. So then probably another year out from that. So probably 3 at the high end, plus another year. So less than 5. That's awesome. Yeah. Next Christmas. Okay. So 2 years. Oh my God. Holy shit, dude. You're going to be on the board game designer circuit on all the podcasts. That's a whole thing. The YouTube world of board games is wild. We've never come remotely close to hitting a deadline before, so I'll believe it when I see it. How are these guys making money? That's the thing where I'm like, I'm hearing everything you're talking about, and I'm like, how do these guys make any money? It really is. Going to these board games conventions has been enlightening. Yeah, it's a whole scene, man. By launching other games, just not yours. They're like, yeah, we'll get to that. You're like, oh, and I'm telling you, they just went live with one yesterday, actually. Yours is going to do great. They don't know what they have. They're fools. They're going to feel like idiots. Going to go, oh, fuck. Why do we... Anyways. All right, so our main problem right now is when we go to pick up the branch. What's the Game of the Year awards for board games called? I don't know. I don't know. I do have to say, I know you guys aren't playing this, but I do have this like sort of camera thing going on, which is I've never seen it before in an FPS, and you can kind of feel it controlling you a little bit, but it feels right in a weird way. Okay, so if we pick it up, it's sort of just not around us. And if I let go, where did it go? It fell over here. So why is it so far away? Why is it so far away? Why don't we stay in one place anymore? And why is my remote scene missing? Let's get rid of that dot products thing. What doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? Physics process lumbar joint 48. I got rid of it. Sorrow. Spiel. Is that French? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, I'm in there. It's German. Of course it is. Of course. Of course. Oh, do I need to pull anything down too, Bob? From you? Before I get too far along in this. Okay, it's putting it behind us. Why? Oh, that's literally what it says, Game of the Year. Why don't they speak American? I'm kidding. This is the new one? Not yet. I spent yesterday hooking back up to my studio. Gotcha. I'm joking about the Speak American thing, guys. I hope you know that. See, I feel like even making a joke like that in this day and age is a tacit thing that I shouldn't do, because I shouldn't, like, make people think that... I don't know, you know? Don't want to make people think, certain people think they're welcome when they aren't. So, I don't know. Critics' Choice or something? Ah. The gambling app that Twitch keeps trying to push on me is completely nuts. I can't believe it's legal. Dude, man, all of that stuff is wild. I think that whole, like, gamble off someone's going to pick their nose on television thing is eventually just going to go under, because people are going to realize that they can just make the things happen. And when it starts to be like, what are the chances of this person being assassinated or whatever, the whole thing is just going to go poof. When, you know, like, I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. I hope that shit goes away soon. Too fast and fun games for everyone. The Critics Award. Does my name actually accidentally mean something in German that I don't know? YouTube is 3 seconds ahead of the Twitch stream. Watching both is like time travel. Yeah, YouTube doesn't do I'm guessing the encoding is different. Yeah, it's pretty literal. The Game of the Year award is called Game of the Year. Just like in German, like ambulance is like loud, alert wagon for carrying people when they are hurt to the hospital. Like that's like the German word for like ambulance or something. Krankenwagen. Which is hilarious already. It's great. I think it's great. Dude, I wish more languages were literal like that. Fuck. Sick truck. That's what it's called. The sick truck. Get on the sick truck. It's great. I was talking to somebody made a comment about my son's name. And I know why. I'm not going to get into religious systems and stuff, but I know it was because of their religion, and I won't explain why. But what I told him was, I said, well, what's funny to me about names is that if we choose a Hebrew name for someone, like my name's Matthew, and that means gift from God. But if I named my son Gift from God, I'd be a lunatic, right? And I think that kind of shut him up. Like we pick names because we like them and we like how they sound and what they make us think of. And so, but if we name someone Apple in a foreign language, it's a beautiful name. If we call someone Apple in our supposed language, like in what we speak, then it's a weird, strange thing. Anyways. Sick truck. That's awesome. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. No.
It should be charged.
No. I need a schmooch. Hang on, guys. I have to hide the camera so I get a schmooch. Give me schmooch. Okay, I'll mute it. I'll mute it. Miss Cricket's trying to get a hold of you. All right. Done schmooching. Gift in Greek.
Fartality.
Gotta hit the grindstone. All right, Els. Have a good one. Hold the tongue more. Got him. Exactly. My name means caretaker of horses. It's interesting. Names are great. But yeah, I saw the guys. I saw the video of the why he was asking that. I don't know how I knew it, but I knew what was going on when the name came up because I had dealt with somebody else with the same beliefs, and they started talking about someone's name, and so for them, for some reason, that the name is like from the Bible is like really important in this weird way, and whatever. All right. Teach his own, I suppose. But I think it's weird to be so vocal about it. That's the part that's so strange to me. Mine is vigilant, alert, awake, so it's curious why why I'm so sleepy all the time. We should all be named Jeebus. And it's not diabetes. I have diabetes. That guy was okay, right? Nothing, we didn't find out anything horrible about that guy, did we? My name's Wilford Brimmy, and I have diabetes. So if I look straight down, does it fall right behind me? It does. So it's above me. If I hold it, it's above me somewhere. And if I let go, yeah, it falls right near me. So it's putting it behind me. It's putting it behind me. Behind me. Now on my player controller, free move, I should have an area for, it's this one here. Now this is where it should be putting it, right in front of us. So that's the mesh instance of our thing. And if I move the camera here, I'm Wilford Brimley. And I go out. It is in front. Yep, it's in front of us. It's literally putting us, it appears to be putting it exactly on the opposite end when I go to pick up. So now, is it possible for me to move around like this? Yes, okay, this is weird, but I'm going to try to pick it up, and we're going to figure out exactly what's going on. Where is it? It's so far away that it's like above? Okay, hang on. Why is it putting it there? Let's zoom out again. And let's move the camera a little bit more up. Go back to input. And then I'm going to try and walk over here. It's weird. I'm using the first person controls to move right now, guys. So we're going to walk over here, pick it up. There it is. It's floating above us. So yeah, it's putting it behind us. So if I let go, though, now let me go back over here, and we're going to go back to our collision shape. Where is our collision shape? No, it's not collision shape. It's right here. It's the mesh instance. Okay, so we go back here in control again. Let's see what happens to this mesh instance as we... There we go. Pick it up. Mesh instance is still in front of us. So something about the local transform of this thing. We're matching the same spots. Okay. Sorry, guys. It's a weird thing to have to debug, but nevertheless, here we are. Okay, so we're doing the global transform. Now, is it possible that this lumber has something else going on with it? Rigid body. Oh, wait a second. Look at that. It's over there. We're not moving the rigid body. We're moving the mesh. Object holding. It says it's rigid body. Global transform. No, this is fine. But the rigid body's over here. So that's the rigid body. The rigid body is being placed in front of us. What the actual fuck? I have no idea what the hell's going on. There's the mesh. Now the mesh is at 0, 0. What about the mesh itself? That's fine. This is the mesh instance. So is it tied to the rigid body? But why are we seeing the rigid body way over here? What if I do this? It moves that. What the fudge is going on? Why is the representation of the rigid body so... What happens if I make this 0, 0, 0? Okay. So now it's over there. Whoa! What in the... What is going on? I got your rigid body right here. Hell yeah. Global position's the same. Global transform, object holding, physics process. Now, we do this freeze thing. So let's get rid of freezing. Do not kill the dinosaurs. The Ice Age. Played some D&D last night. I have a chicken familiar named Henrietta. Nice. Next time you should name it shoot, what's it with the B? Oz chicken. Belinda? Was it Belinda? Oz. It wasn't really Dorothy's chicken because it was like an independently... It was sentient. Like it had a mind of its own. And Belina. Belina is the word. Next time you have a chicken, name it Belina. If it's a girl. Why behind us? Bologna. Bologna. That's French, isn't it? Bologna. Bologna. I have some bologna. Bill. Billina. Fredina. Ah! There's the rigid body. How the hell does this make any sense? Is there something about position? Does this have to do with something with the character controller? What if when we first grab it, we reset the position to be 0? Base object type is nil. Oh, we got to do the change here first. All right, calm down, calm down. Run it again. Did you get surprise snow last night? Surprise snow. Surprise snow. Did we get surprise snow last night? Did we get surprise snow last night? Bouillon. Is that showing up for you guys? Here we go. Did we get some snow last night? No, but we got some snow right now. Oh, it froze. The buffer's broken because I'm in Firefox and I'm being punished by YouTube. All right. I can't see. There's too much snow. You gonna take my wife back for a Valentine's meal? All right, I'll see you in a bit, too, Bob. Thanks for hanging out. A licky boom boom down. Whoa! We just got skyrocketed into outer space for some reason. A licky boom boom down. Eating Taco Bell is really good. I like to eat it now. Let's try, instead of global position, instead of transform. Stack Overflow. If you only want to change the position of the transform, you can set its origin. And yes, you could write position or global position. However, none of that would work with a rigid body. The reason is because physics server is in charge of the rigid body. So when you set its position, you're fighting it. So you have to use the body state stuff. So you need the RID of the physics body. And then you translate the vector. For transform. It's just 3D. It's attached to the rigid body. Okay, I see what he's talking about. Have you heard the Spanish version of that song? I want to cover Kid Rock songs in Spanish. Called Mi Amo Kid. What? What? I have some neighbors. My neighbors speak Spanish. They're don't speak any English, and it's just hola. Like that's just me every time I see him. Hola. I'm just like hello. That's all I got for you. Now, if I call the physics server, do I need to be in physics process? Probably. Who knows? Object holding, get RID. Again, the question is, what is this? What is this position? What is this position? So if we get the global position of our placeholder object, and then assign it, maybe that'll do it. A looky boom boom down. Eating tacos is good. I love them right now. Ooh, Twitch servers. I lost connection there. Is the stream okay? That was weird. Did the stream bounce or was everything okay the whole time? Oh, okay, so we have something. It's just not moving with us. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Now, is this relative? Now we're doing this from FreeMove. Is this part of our problem? Is that we're relative? So do we not just need position? So we were moving position, but not the rest of the transform. Identity translated. Transform identity. I see. Transform 3D. Let's see what else we can do with Transform 3D. Could do. I remember something like probably formally, stupid formally, but there is little chance to speak other languages in the UK. Really? I would think there'd be more chances to speak many other languages than, say, in the US. I have this memory of being a boy band back in high school, Cricket. We were called the Multicultural Lads. I think you had an Irish accent. We sang hit songs in Spanish like Britney Spears' Hit Me Baby. Were you in the band? What the fuck are you talking about, Lunesta? I do. Do you remember being in the Walmart parking lot and we blared Britney Spears as we drove through the parking lot? I remember that. And I remember when you were in band and they played all the whole Star Wars thing and the marching band was at the Walmart. Again, the Walmart parking lot. The cool place to be. That was cool. Hearing Star Wars just with all brass instruments is like wild. I have no idea what you're talking about. Explain to me, were we at school playing songs? This is not a thing that happened. What? Da 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 dee da 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 da. As he begins to sing again. It would never have happened. Physics server. Really. My college made me go play covers at a local record store doing Nirvana and David Bowie at the local art price. Was pretty cringe. That's a mix right there. Some Nirvana and Bowie. That would be quite a like a very I remember we had Battle of the Bands at our school. I remember that. Ziggy Stardust, Teen Spirit. Yeah. Set, shape, transform. Let's do that. This guy's specifically answering the question. F that guy. We're going to set the transform of the shape specifically. And shape index. We have body, shape IDX. Shape transform. Set state. Set state, body state. Transform. Set state, transform. And then we're taking a transform 3D and we're translating it. Oh, you know what all we have to do here, boys? We just say object placeholder transform. How about that? Is it just transform? Yeah, there you go. You have the same transform as that. Okay? Where'd it go? Now, it may have already gotten offset, though, so let's try again. God darn it. There it is again. Up against the tree. Why is that happening? Why do you think it's like floating downwards? Transform. Global transform. constant to set get the current transform matrix of the body. Object placeholder. Body state transform. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Set constant torque. Set mode, set param. Set shape transform. Shape index. Body set shape transform. Set state. Callback function to callable. No, that's not it. Sets a body state. So much information here, guys. Body state. Transform. Constant set get to the current transform matrix of the body. Oh! What do you think that's about, too? We're getting some weird collision things going on here. There's the damn rigid body. Look at it slowly sinking. Let's turn freeze on. The Ice Age. Oh. They had two songs I could never tell the difference. I was more of a, I wasn't an Ace of Base guy. I was more, what was the other one? Real McCoy. I was a Real McCoy guy. That's the Real McCoy was my jam versus Ace of Base. Indeed a Rooney. Indeed a Rooney, Pagorli. Gotta smash those Rays. Son of a bitch! Taco Bell. It's like a taco, the tacos, taco, the tacos. Another taco, another dream, but always tacos. Too good to be taco. Let's see. Remote. Where's our rigid body? Why are all of our rigid bodies... What the fuck is going on here? How does this make any sense? Our meshes are way over here, but our rigid bodies are at center? What in the fudge? And then this one's way off in God knows where, somewhere over here. Right here, right next to me. What is going on? What? We got to break free. Oh, I don't understand. I think the Godot preview thing is busted for rigid body. Can the character be affecting rotation? No, it's in its own space. What we're doing is when we pick it up, we say, hey, we've got this invisible mesh right in front of us. Set the transform of the thing you're holding to that exact same transform. Right? The problem is it's a physics body, and so we're trying to move a physics body, so we have to use the physics engine to move it. And so when we do that, I'm not sure what transform I should give it. But then on top of that, if we look at, like, okay, let's start the scene up fresh. I'm not going to do any cuts. Now, we should have, we've got this branch here. So the rigid body for the representation of the rigid body is that square there. Here's the mesh, the collision mesh, or the collision shape. So right now, our rigid body position is, you know, somewhere over here. Once we go to cut it, though, all hell just sort of breaks loose. And if I cut this, now if I check these two rigid bodies, they're just sort of over here on center. even though our mesh is way over here. So I think this might be contributing to some of the weirdness of the physics stuff, but I'm not 100% sure. So I think when I create the rigid body, I need to be moving that to the center of the transform, the center of the axis line bounding box. Let's look at what happens when we create new lumber, because it goes back to that. That's where our problem is. We're tracing it down. So it's on the chainsaw code. So somewhere here, but it's confusing to me how, if I check the meshes of the new generated rigid bodies, we do show that we're at 0. So how could our rigid body be so wrong and yet so right? How could our rigid body be way over there, the position of our mesh be 0, and we're here? Do you follow my confusion? It's the joints. Okay. God, this might be why some of this stuff has just been acting strange. So we're setting the transform. We do the CSG mesh stuff. Where do we set the transforms? The meshes are right. None of this is making any sense. None of this is making any sense. None of this is making any sense. Let's look at the joint stuff. With the joint on the ground. And then we have this joint here. And this joint is holding those two objects together. If I go look at those objects. So are their positions relative to the joint's position? But again, why does the representation of the rigid body show that it's way over there? New lumber. Join nearest neighbor. Lumber joint. Here's our meshes. Lumber is mesh new. And then what sets the lumber position is in here. Mesh instance. We create this stuff. We're doing nothing here to set a transform. So how are we ending it up in the right spot anyways? I got your lumber right here, baby. Print, lumber, global position. We shouldn't be at 0. But we're showing 0. How is any of this making any fucking sense right now? It's got to be the I don't understand what the hell's going on here. Okay, we're creating a mesh 3D. We're assigning it to mesh. This is on new. So here we're giving it the mesh. Is there anything going on with position? No. So my guess is mesh, but a mesh doesn't have. About to make a rap here joke for the but a mesh doesn't have position. Right? How is it lined up right? What the fuck is going on, guys? Here's our collision shape. Static body. Static body? What the fuck? We're getting rid of the static body. Okay, so we're taking the collision shape. We're just taking the collision shape. We're reparenting the collision shape. Okay, so then what is our collision shape position? Now, okay, we printed. What is going on? We're doing global position. So I'm taking the global position space. Print collision shape. Global position. What do we have here for that? Ah! Oops. Wasn't supposed to do that. How is this right? Now I'm looking. How, you guys ever have this happen where things are working, but now that you're like, this shouldn't be working? Because that's where we're at right now. I'll be right back. Okay. There's clearly something I don't understand about space here. Now, what I could do is get rid of the joint and see what happens. Right? So we could free the joint and then just see what our bodies do. So if I get rid of this joint, can I delete a joint at runtime here? No. Can I remove the connections between our nodes? Yes. Okay, so then a tree branch falls like we would expect. So if we look at the tree branch that fell and its rigid body, which has now disappeared. So let's see. Go back over here. Cut this. We've got a new joint now. We look at the scene tree here. There's the rigid body for, so it's right here. This is the rigid body for this mesh. That's over at 0, 0. This is what's confusing me, guys. How the hell is this possible? I know what's going on. I know what it is. I know what's going on. I know why everything's lining up. Do you guys know why? Because I know why. We built this mesh. We built this mesh on rock and roll. Built this mesh. Right. What song was that? The Chipmunks movie? Did they go to like... They went to some place. That was a weird ass movie, guys. They're essentially being mules. Making children's... Was it about Epstein? Oh my God, was it about Epstein? Were they trying to tell us? Oh God. Anyways. Oh God. So I got this mug. Do mugs typically, they make it so when you look at the mug, you see the thing on it? What the hell's the point of that? The thing should be pointing out to everybody else. The Chipmunks were transporting children to an island. They were running diamonds. They were diamond mules. And it's because, so I'm supposed to hold it with my left hand, so it goes like this. So they expect the majority of people to hold coffee mugs with their left hand? I guess because people are right-handed, so they hold it with their left and then they use the right hand for something else. Okay. Now I know. Now I know. So I'll put it on my left side here. I get it, because you use your right hand. Majority of people use their right hand. Okay. All right. Fuck you, Jacob. Yeah, they were running diamonds. My guess is because somebody said drugs initially and they said, no, it can't be drugs. So then they said diamonds and they're like, okay, that works. And yeah, and so the chipettes are like grinding, gyrating, and doing all kinds of weird stuff. Like there's weird, when you watch that movie now, the chipettes are doing some weird things. And like we're getting really close to fan service with chipettes in that movie, which is really weird. It's Japanese. It's from Disney Japan, Disneyland Japan. Copyright Disney Japan, it says. But then on top of it, they get to like an arranged marriage thing at some point. They end up in like nondescript Saudi Arabian prince location, and he's like a little boy and he's going to marry the girls despite them like absolutely having no choice in the thing. It's so weird. That's a weird one. Does Japan have a majority of left-handers? I don't know. Mr. D-Boy, how's it going? One day. Every day, Greg's just thinking about the Chipettes. It's just like, God, they got him in like these midriff things, and they're just wearing like tube bra things going on. It's like so weird. So weird. My therapist gave me some really good tips. So I kept thinking about Chipmunk Adventure. This again with Chipmunk Adventure. They understand their market. It's what's so frustrating about it is the quality of the animation is amazing. Like the animation itself is incredible. I've been trying to find good quality version of the original Chipmunks TV show, and I can't find it anywhere. If anyone has any tips on that, let me know. It's really weird that somebody's sitting on that IP. They've got to have the like prints somewhere of the show on film, and they're just like, yeah. Like, did the Chipmunks TV show, did they sing popular songs and that's why it's nowhere? Is that what it was? I don't remember there being singing on the TV show, even though that was their whole jam. I just remember them being in the house all the time. So here's what's going on. The mesh has no position. The vertices do. We're building the mesh relative to 0, 0. Do you follow me? That's why everything's weird about the rigid body. So the mesh is built from center of the world to its position. Did I miss that? No, I just said the answer right now. Sorry, Lunesta. We got a little distracted by Chipettes. That was your fault, wasn't it? Who brought up Chickmunks? No, it was Jacob's fault. No. That was me. I just distracted myself with it, apparently. There are too many... There are too many damn steps to making a tutorial. The steps for making a tutorial are too damn high. So yeah, so the mesh, when we create the slice for the mesh, here's what's going on. When we create the slice for the mesh, let's say we have flashbang. Let's say we have a center point right here. This is the world 0, 0 position, okay? So here's world 0, 0. Our lumber is way over here. We build the mesh just right here. So the mesh is the node for the transform of the mesh is correct. The mesh center point is right here. But I can't look at the individual mesh and like move this because it's been built like this. So what we have to do is get it so that the mesh is kind of built where I guess what we would do is center around the cut. I don't know. Fuck. I mean, what we could do is take the transform. See, the problem also is that we do have an axis aligned bounding box of the mesh, right? So if we can ask the axis aligned bounding box some information, maybe we can adjust everything the way we need it to be. So can you teach me after you figure it out? You guys need to hire that oil lady to make a tutorial video. Have you seen that oil instruction video that's got like a couple million views? Let me see if I can find it. Oh God, I'm accidentally getting porn results and searching for it. It's a good thing I didn't search that on the stream. I just realized the search phrase I used. Oh, shit. I can't show you guys, but that's funny. I'm gonna learn so much from that. I remember being at a friend's house and I was trying to find pictures of Mega Man that we could print out. And in the early days, searching the internet for Mega Man was you get some results, I'll tell you. All right, let me see. See, the problem is if I search this. Okay, maybe this will do it. If I had that. No. Oh my God. No. I don't know how to find it. Anyways, it's a girl with really big boobs doing some sort of like corporate instructional video. It's on the internet and it's got like 5 million views and it's about like a super boring, it's a super boring topic, but it's hugely popular for some reason. I don't think it happens now, but a few years ago. So I was looking, here's the search phrase that I used that just got me all kinds of porn results. I was searching oil rig instructional video, big boobies. And that combination got some really interesting results. I don't remember. I don't think it happens now, but a few years ago I discovered you search Bing images for Bobcat, you get super weird prawn. Yeah, geez. Oh God, I remember I was obsessed with a frog as a kid and I searched for something that brought up some vile shit. My mom had to talk to me about it afterwards. And I was like, no, I was looking for Animal Planet for the channel so I could learn about frogs. She's like, sure, son. Sure. From then on, she just never thought anything of you again. She's like, I guess my daughter's my favorite now. Oh, man. So how about this? If I search YouTube popular instructional video, but if I add the words boobs, then it gets into like breasts massaging videos on YouTube. But I'm trying to find best DIY channels. I can't find it. Anyways. Should we watch the pool drop method again from Greg's gonna send me a VR headset, and I figure if I get that thing, then I have to make the game where you work at a Waffle House, and you have to do the pull drop, whatever method it was called for Waffle House. We can finally make that game. It's been a while since we've watched that one. My favorite comment on that video, for anyone who was here when we watched it, one of my favorite comments on that video is like, can I get extra bacon on my order? And the chef's response is, no, we're out of mayo. I'm sorry, we're out of mayo packets. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Greg was here for that, I think. No, Jacob had to have been here. I don't think anyone knows what I'm talking about. Do we have to put that on while we work today? Has the real vid play a while after FK, and I hate it so much. It's great. Let's see if I can find where are the comments. I'd like 3 I'd like 3 eggs, please. Sorry. We're out of mustard. I'm telling you, this would make a great video game. Who's Greg? It's your mom. They put pickles and all kinds of shit on your plate when they don't even use pickles for a meal. So they get pickle juice on everything, and then I pray I don't use the pickles for stuff later afterwards. They eat them, dude. That's how they snack on them. My favorite is the little sprinkle of hash browns indicating something. Like you take a little bit of hash brown and you like sprinkle it on the plate, and that means something. They put it back, or they just throw it on the grill. Little snack. All right, since Lunesta hasn't seen this, Greg is second favorite. Lunesta. Mama Greg. Here we go. I'll put it right here. Lunesta, do you have time to watch this? It's a 30-minute thing, but it builds on it. It takes a minute.
Hello, my name is Greg Hall. Today we're going to discuss the pull drop mark call-in system.
Do we have an echo?
This system is the only approved method for calling in, marking, and preparing food at the Waffle House. The pull drop mark call-in system is made up of 3 basic steps: the pull, the drop, and the mark.
Pull 1/4.
The pull refers to the number and type of meats to be cooked. Pull 1 bacon, for example, would instruct the grill operator to pull 3 strips of bacon from the refrigerator and place it on the grill. Notice that I said 1 bacon and not a bacon. You must always use an exact number. These numbers refer to the number of orders to be cooked and not necessarily the number of pieces of meat. While you pull 1 T-bone, when pull 1 T-bone is called, you would pull 2 pieces of pork chop when pull 1 pork chop is called, because 1 order of pork chops is actually 2 chops. How well a steak is prepared does not need to be called in at this time, unless that steak is rare or medium rare. The cooking instructions will come later in the call-in during the mark. Grill operators, go ahead and season all red meats before you move on to the next step. One final thing to remember for the pull. If you have a sausage sandwich, it must be called in sausage for a sandwich, so that the 2 patties can be pressed together to form a large sausage sandwich patty.
Drop 1 hash brown scattered.
Once a salesperson has visually verified that all the meats have been pulled to the grill or to a plate on top of the cook's board, They will say drop to specify how many scoops of hash browns to put on the grill and whether they are scattered or in the ring. Don't worry about any toppings that go into the hash browns, whether they're double or triple at this point. That will come later in the mark. If all the hash browns are in the ring, the salesperson will say, drop 3 hash browns in the ring. If none of the hash browns are in the ring, they'll say, drop 3 hash browns scattered. If some are in the ring and some are scattered, they'll only tell you the number that are in the ring. For example, if they need 3 hash browns and 1 is in the ring, they'll say, drop 3 hash browns, 1 in the ring. The drop is also a time where the salesperson can let you know if the customer wants the hash brown scattered well or scattered light. So a salesperson may say, drop 1 hash brown scattered well, and this lets you know that the customer wants their hash browns cooked well. They may also ask you to drop 1 hash brown steamed. In that case, the salesperson will bring you half full glass of ice, and you'll prepare those hash browns steamed under the dome according to the Waffle House way.
Mark Texas patty melt plate scattered, smothered, covered, and peppered.
Once a salesperson has visually confirmed that the meats have been pulled to the grill and hash browns have been dropped, they will call in the full order. This is called the mark. It is at this point that the salesperson will call all the details of the order into you, including how steaks are to be cooked, which hash browns will be doubles or triples, and also any toppings that will go into the hash browns. This is where the magic marker system begins. As the salesperson calls in the order, it is your job to begin placing markers on the plates.
What's sad is that this system probably will see more of it in the future given our ability rate. Here we go. The mark system. This is where it gets crazy.
Visually confirmed.
All right,
the
T-Bob,
meats
see
have
ya.
been pulled to the grill and hash browns have been dropped. They will call in the full order. This is called the mark. It is at this point that the salesperson will call all the details of the order into you, including how steaks are to be cooked, which hash browns will be doubles or triples, and also any toppings that will go into the hash browns. This is where the magic marker system begins. As the salesperson calls in the order, it is your job to begin placing markers on the plates using the special code that Waffle House has designed to help you remember exactly how everything is to be prepared. We call the system magic because our customers often do not notice the markers on the plates and think you have memorized all of the orders that were being called in. In reality, you're just using our code to mark the orders so that you can read the plates and get orders prepared quickly and accurately every time.
Texas patty melt plate, scattered, smothered, covered, and peppered.
Thank you.
Now that you've got the marks on the plates, it's time for one last step in the pull drop mark system, the callback. The salesperson will be watching you as you mark the plates and also waiting for you to call back the order to make sure you've got it exactly right. Don't keep them waiting. Call back the order to them as soon as you get it marked so that they can get back to taking care of the customer and you can get back to cooking the food. Okay, now that you understand the basics of the pull drop mark system, I'll talk you through the most common marks and show you how to mark them.
Eggs.
Waffle House is one of the world's leading server of eggs, so why don't we talk about them first? All of our egg breakfasts are automatically served with grits and white toast. A customer may choose to have a biscuit or possibly wheat, raisin, or Texas toast instead, and can also substitute hash browns, sliced tomatoes, or oatmeal for their grits.
Here we go.
Let's start off by marking an order scramble. Simply place a right side up jelly pack vertically in the bottom position of the plate. The jelly pack represents 2 eggs, which we call an order, and the location of the plate tells us that they are scrambled. With the plate marked like this, the customer is getting an order of scrambled eggs with white toast and grits. If the customer would rather have hash browns, you simply add a few shreds of hash browns to the plate. For tomatoes, instead of grits, simply add a slice of tomato, and for oatmeal, instead of grits, simply add a napkin with a brown sugar pack on top of it. If a customer wants their grits to be served in a bowl, you would indicate that by placing a napkin on the plate, as all bowls on a plate must be served with a napkin underneath to prevent sliding. In this order, if the customer wants wheat toast, we simply flip the jelly pack over to indicate wheat. We use a pack of apple butter if the customer wants raisin toast. If the customer wants a slice of Texas toast or a biscuit instead, mark the eggs with a jelly pack and place a slice of Texas toast or a biscuit on the plate to remind you that they prefer to have Texas toast or a biscuit instead. Some folks like to have their toast unbuttered or dry. In this case, we have a special mark to remind us to hold the butter. Easily enough, it's a butter packet underneath the jelly packet like this. So what if a customer wants double toast? Easy. Mark the eggs and then put an additional jelly pack beside the egg marker to indicate the extra order of toast, like this.
But
Now that
doesn't
we've
that mean
learned
4
some
eggs?
of the basics for marking eggs, let's look at some other variables to keep in mind when marking egg orders. While most customers order 2 eggs, occasionally a customer may only want a single egg. In that case, we'll mark the egg in the appropriate position to show how the egg is cooked and then place a ketchup pack below it. In that case, we'll mark the egg in the appropriate position to show how the egg is cooked and then place a ketchup pack below it. Here you can see that I have marked a single overnight breakfast. In other cases, a customer may be hungry and might want 3 eggs. To mark a triple, you'll mark the eggs with the jelly pack in the appropriate position and include a mustard pack below the jelly pack. Here's an example of how to mark a triple scramble. If the jelly pack indicates 2 eggs, then how might you mark the plate if a customer wants 4 eggs? That's right, you use 2 jelly packs stacked on top of each other like this.
It's
Here's the
absolutely
mark
real,
for
Lunesto.
4
This is
over
what they
medium.
use.
One of the most popular ways to have eggs at the Waffle House is scrambled. So let's talk about different ways to mark scrambled eggs. The mark for our signature scrambled eggs with cheese is simple. First, mark the eggs as scrambled, like this, and then simply add slices of cheese. It is important to remember that the customer gets 1 slice of cheese for each egg.
I love the idea that the way that I would do it, I was thinking about making this into a game. That's why I showed the video a long time ago. But I would literally have an instructional video like this, and that's the only reference you have. So the only way you're going to learn is by going back to the instructional video and watching it again. And then you go back to the game and you can kind of get it going. And then some weird ass order is going to come in and you're not going to know how to mark it.
So if the customer wants 2 eggs, they get 2 slices of cheese. To make this a triple scramble cheese, you add the mustard pack below the jelly pack to make it a triple and add a 3rd slice of cheese.
But I do like the idea for a single player game, you could either be the waitress or the person marking the order and cooking it. Multiplayer, you could do 1 person waitress, 1 person doing the marking and cooking, or you could do 3 player with 1 person doing the orders, 1 person doing the marking, and then 1 person doing all the cooking. There's no ticket, buddy.
You also want to tear off a small corner of the cheese and place it on the top of the marker to help you remember that it comes with cheese. If a customer wants their eggs scrambled light, so they're a little runny, mark the scrambled eggs and include an upside-down mayo pack to indicate light. And remember to remove the marker before you take the plate to the customer. Scrambled well eggs are similar, only you turn the mayo pack right side up to show that they want the scrambled eggs to be cooked well. Next, we'll look at how to mark over light, over medium, and over well eggs. An order over light is marked with the jelly pack on the left side of the plate, like this. An order over medium is logically right in the middle of the plate. And an order over well is all the way to the right side of the plate.
Okay, but what if they want eggs and toast?
Notice that the level of doneness for the eggs increases from left to right. Let's look at the last few types of eggs available for the Waffle House. We refer to sunny side up eggs simply as up and mark them by placing the marker up.
I'll be honest though, this is when people are trying to teach me math, this is what it feels like. Logically, and I'm like, oh, sure.
The top of the plate, like this. Occasionally, a customer may ask for their eggs to be basted, which means they're partially cooked on the grill. The mark for this is here just below the up egg position. Poached eggs are another less common order, and these eggs are made by cooking the egg whites and yolks in boiling water. The mark for poached is between the scrambled and over medium positions. Sometimes a customer may not want the toast, grits, or anything else other than their
Greg's
eggs.
so jacked,
These
though.
options are very easy
Greg's
to mark.
got guns, man. Distracted by Greg's
Here,
guns.
I'll mark an order over well, hold the grits. Notice that I used a 9-inch waffle plate, but still marked the eggs the same way as if it were on a platter. This slightly smaller plate is a visual reminder that the customer doesn't want grits. Can you guess how to mark those same over well eggs on the side? That's right. You'd use the same marker, only you'd place it on a small plate to remind you that they do not want toast or grits. Finally, if a customer wants to hold the toast, you simply place a butter knife on the plate.
Of course. Hold the toast.
These rules for hold the grits, hold the toast, and on the side apply to all egg orders, including omelets. You may have asked yourself why I made sure to keep the jelly packs vertical when marking the egg breakfast. That's because if I turn the pack horizontally like this, it means that this is now the mark for an omelet. There are 4 positions on the plate to mark an omelet.
So, have you guys seen the Founder movie where they show it's all about the McDonald's brothers and the and like how this guy came in and kind of disrupted their business and sort of took it over basically out from under them. But they have this scene where they show how they designed the layout of the restaurant, and they went out to like a tennis court, and then they drew out the restaurant's dimensions, and then they drew out the size of the equipment and everything, and they pretended to like, assemble meals and hand each other everything and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's how this came to be. They're like, you know what? We're going to want to pay our chefs nothing. So that means that we're going to get chefs that can't read. And so we have to develop a system here that's like accurate enough so that this isn't like that they're not going to get orders wrong and stuff like that. I feel like that's where this came from.
Ham, sausage, bacon, and plain.
But I think the real answer is the intent of this is so that you're always looking down. And you're never looking up and then down and then up and then down. And you're not translating the position of a piece of paper to the actions of what you're doing on the grill. I think there's some reasoning behind this, but it's still fucking insane.
I'm going to show you an easy way to remember them. A horizontal pack in the number 1 position here at the top of the plate represents ham. You can remember ham is number 1 because a side order of ham comes with 1 slice.
So if you want over easy eggs and ham, how do you do that?
A packet here on the right side in the number 2 position is a sausage omelet.
Okay, so this is a meat, so you rotate the thing, so then you would have 2 jelly packets up at the top, 1 rotated and then 1 up, and then that would be over easy and then with ham.
Sausage patties come per order, and the marker is in the number 2 position. The number 3 position is used to mark a bacon omelet. 3 strips in an order and a mark in the number 3 position. The plain position is the only one left, and it's in the number 4 position here on the left side of the plate. Examples of omelets that have a mark in the number 4 position could be omelets with no meat in them, such as cheese omelet or a mushroom omelet. These are marked using a horizontal jelly packet in the number 4 position and a piece of the corresponding ingredient. Here you can see a cheese omelet. Also, the Fiesta omelet, which is indicated by a horizontal jelly pack with a right side up salad dressing pack underneath. And a cheesesteak omelet, which is marked with a right side up ketchup packet. 2 slices of cheese, and a jelly pack in the number 4 position.
Salad dressing equals Fiesta.
Waffles are our namesake, so of course we need to learn how to mark them correctly. A regular waffle is marked using a right side up buttercup on the cook's board. To mark a pecan waffle, simply turn the buttercup over like this. Chocolate chip waffles are another favorite and are easy to mark. Simply mark a regular waffle and place a few pieces of chocolate chip on top of the marker.
Of course.
Sometimes a customer wants their waffle light.
My favorite part, the
So we
thing
need
that
to
makes me laugh is when it's semi-logical.
Mark them accordingly. We mark the light and the dark waffles the same way we mark the light or well-scrambled eggs, using an upside-down mayo pack for light and a right-side-up mayo pack for dark. Looking at the pack may help you remember which is light and which is dark. Notice the upside down has no text and is lighter in color. The label side looks darker because of the text on it.
Okay. I feel like
For
I
those
would do it the
hungry
other way
customers,
around. It
we
seems
offer
to
a
me like
double
the other
waffle,
side is darker, but
which
okay,
is marked
dude.
by stacking the buttercups on top of each other like this. Finally, if a salesperson calls in a waffle to go, use a to-go syrup packet to remind you that it goes in a to-go plate.
Okay.
Now let's talk about our breakfast sandwiches. Just like omelets, these sandwiches have the same four positions: ham, sausage, bacon, and plain. To mark a sandwich, place 2 pickle slices in the appropriate position. Here, you can see I put 2 pickle slices in the number 3 position, which tells me this is a bacon sandwich. If I add a slice of cheese to the plate, I know this is a bacon cheese sandwich.
Yeah, so the one customer, so the server can only say everything in code. Although you could use anything. I would do voice, right? And then another person translate it and the other person cook it. Yeah, that would be 3-player.
To make this a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, I'll add this right side up mayo packet to the right side of the plate. Don't let this mayo pack confuse you. As long as you see 2 pickles on the plate, you know this is a sandwich. When marking a sandwich, this mayo pack and pickles means a sandwich with eggs. If a customer wanted the eggs on their sandwich to be scrambled instead of the standard over well egg, I'd move this mayo pack.
I get what you're talking about, Jacob. What happens to those pickles? It's that goose thing, right? That goose meme. What happens to the pickles? What happens to the pickles?
Pack down to the bottom of the plate to show that the egg is scrambled. So how would I mark it if the customer wanted an egg and cheese sandwich? That's right. I would put 2 pickles in the plain position to show that there's no meat, add the slice of cheese, and put the mayo pack here on the right side to show the egg is cooked over well. What if the customer wants to have a sandwich on a biscuit or Texas toast? The mark remains the same, but you must include the biscuit or Texas toast to let us know the customer doesn't want it served on the standard toast. The last thing I want to cover with sandwiches is the mark for deluxe. Sometimes a customer wants to add lettuce, tomato, or grilled onions to a sandwich that doesn't automatically come with them. We call that sandwich deluxe. Let's say that the customer wants an egg cheese sandwich with lettuce, tomato, and grilled onions. The salesperson would call in, mark egg cheese deluxe, and you would mark it with 2 pickles in the plain position, a mayo pack to indicate the egg, and a slice of cheese, a leaf of lettuce, a slice of tomato, and a piece of diced onion. What if the customer didn't want the grilled onions on this sandwich? Easy. The salesperson would call in, mark egg cheese deluxe, hold the onion, and you would mark it the same way, except you would not put the piece of onion on the plate. Many of our customers will want to add hash browns to these sandwiches, so let's cover the basic markers for our signature Waffle House hash browns. To make an item a plate, which includes hash brown,
I do feel like there's something there though for it. I'm gonna close it. He used 3 different labels to identify the 9 o'clock position. Don't think about it too much. The comments of the video are my favorite though. If the grape jelly is upside down at the 7 o'clock position, we're at DEFCON 1. Sometimes when I feel like I'm not stressed enough, I come back to this video to get the anxiety pumping. Reduces stress, he says, after introducing the single most stressful system I've ever seen. To show no butter, we use butter. They invented a literal food encryption system. The way he keeps affirming how easy it is brings back all sorts of anxieties that I got from my dad teaching me math at the kitchen table. That's what I'm talking about, man. It's that feeling. Hey, this is simple. Why don't you get it? You rotate the jelly packet. It's simple. I'm like, ah. I'm so glad I have an easy, low stakes job as an electrician instead of the life or death puzzle master cook that this bachelor degree video was made for. I think the ancient Sumerians had a condiment-based communication system before they figured out that writing was a little less bonkers. Now remember, on full moons, odd number months, and second Wednesdays of every month, the jam packets are to be turned to the face northeast. If northeast is fully vertical, divide the current day by the total order before tax, unless you are in Nevada, and use the cosine of that result to set the packet to that angle. This will alert the cook that 3 eggs need to be scrambled and 1 over easy. Oh, God. In order to indicate an order with no onions, simply fuse 2 hydrogen atoms into a stable helium atom and make sure that the free electron exits the nucleus pointing towards position number 1. Oh, God. Thank you for watching this training video. In our next lesson, we'll review mixed martial arts in close quarters combat. All right. Shit. Okay, so I hate working on this right now. You guys ever work on a game and you get to a part where you just fucking hate it? Because that's where I am right now. I hate all of this. I hate it all. I want to do something simple and I can't. So what we have to do is when we're doing this mesh stuff, yes, every couple of weeks, dude, oh man. So when we do all these combining operations and everything, what we need to do is secretly move the mesh that represents the thing that we're slicing, as well as the angle of the thing that we're slicing with, to the center 0, position of the world. Then we slice the meshes. We're still not done yet, though, because even after we do that, we actually need to move everything offset so that it's at the center 0, position for when we create it into a rigid body, so that the rigid body has that 0, position. Now, what we could do, because we can perform operations on transforms. So we're assigning this object mesh here. This is the mesh that we're going to be slicing. So this is what we want to move towards the center world space position. Or, to make this even easier for ourselves, we actually just move the CSG combiner to the position of our mesh. And now we don't have to adjust any transforms. So let's do that. We'll try that from a starting point and see how close that gets us to where we need to be. So the CSG combiner, all we're going to do here is move the transform of our CSG combiner to match the transform of the mesh. That should get us pretty much most of the way there. Equals. But here's what's going to happen. Now when we add it to the scene, we're going to add it to the wrong position in world space. And it'll end up somewhere over here because this is close to 0 right there. Or we're backwards. So everything's just completely wrong right now. And the slice and all that stuff. Let's check the rigid body, though. What we care about right now is the rigid body. Where is it? It's down here. Let's get rid of the So if I have to take a break from streaming for a while, guys, does that mean I'm going to break all your guys' streaks? No? Okay. Maybe we need to do the global. And there is no global transform for an object mesh. We are using this. Okay, let's try it again. Unknown. There we go. Everything's back to normal, but how does our rigids look? Still over there. What about the combiner? The combiner is still here. Let's not free the CSG mesh once we do this to see where it was. At some point, these get freed, right? Something has to free the children. Here it is. Right, we got baited. If I weren't around anymore, would you guys miss me? No, I might need to, okay, so that's the mesh that we built off of. So it's in the wrong space still. But what about from our CSG combiner? Object. And what is it in world space? 0, 0, 0. What the hell? There it is.
Bruh.
Yeah, sorry. It's I just need to like it's with my kids doing class and like getting certain things organized around the house and stuff and such. I need to sort of focus on those things. And it's hard to on the days that I'm not streaming, you know, that's all I'm focused on. But then on the days that I am streaming, it's not what I'm focused on, right? Which seems plainly obvious. And so I need to kind of I need to get things like the pendulum's going the wrong way with some of that stuff. Get child on null value, lumber function in it. Get child. All that we did was do this, and suddenly everything's broken. How does that make any sense? CSG combiner. That's where we are. And then suddenly its shape. But if I look at this, our position is not there. So what happens if I move it to, say, something like that? It goes bye-bye. Goes over there. So for some reason, if I move this or attempt to move it, it's not actually getting moved. So if we do this, so what position do we have here? Because it's wrong. Right when you think you got it, boys. That's 0. Wait. 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 That's correct. Oh. I got you. You're all or nothing. Well, when it comes to my kids learning and everything like that, it is like that. So now our combiner is in the right world space. But we ended up with rigid bodies that aren't. In the mesh instance, so CSG combiner does not care about relative position, is what we're learning here. It's still using like a global space. Okay. All right, we're learning. The Real British Teacup, how's it going? You don't got to be mad at us for the thing you brought up. We don't care what you do. I was just saying you have to quit all the way instead of just streaming for 8 hours a day. Instead of not just streaming for 8 hours a day? Huh? Yeah, no. I'm just saying that I might need to take a hiatus for a little bit. That's all. Instead of doing the and when I come back, it would still be all kind of onesie twosies like it is still, just because of my wife working. He is breaking up with us. No. Just a break. Just to kind of, stream with other people. It's not you, it's me. Okay, so moving the transform of the CSG isn't going to do it. Thought we found a cheat. Okay, so if we just make it the mesh and we don't set the transforms, what do we end up with? Northern Lion? I guess a little intense. For as much as he's like, everyone needs to chill out and everything, he's very much not that. An open streaming relationship, it would never work. I don't know who that is. No, that's the thing is I wouldn't have time to do any of that. I can't even listen to podcasts anymore. Even those are gone in my life. $62K average viewers. Fuck, this is such a... I have been bailing. So normally I would push through and just do 8 hours, right? But I have been bailing the minute my brain becomes... Do you guys program things and do like hard things and then your brain sort of just like turns into like if you left oatmeal out and it just sort of air dried and turned into concrete? When that happens now, I do just bail on the stream. I didn't used to do that. But I do find that, and I guess if I was working on a bigger project, skipping over to a different task, like right now, I kind of want to just, you know what, I'm just going to work on the tactics thing. You guys, like, that's kind of what I want to do. Man, I just got ADHD meds for 4 weeks ago after being off them since I was 8. Oh, geez. I was doing that for 30 years. Doing what? But yeah, I find that if I switch to something else, I can keep going. But if I was to try and keep working on something where I've worked on it and I'm just like, I need to let my notch in my brain grow, then just walking away is better because I could spend 2 hours doing work on it and not achieve as much as I would if I came back to it 15 minutes later in a new day. Stopping when my brain gets soupy. So normal people, quote unquote, normal people don't have their brain turn into mush when they're working on something for a long time. Oh, then I just do nothing. Oh, I see. No, I just switched to something else. I see. So now when we do this, we end up with nothing. We crash because we're trying to build off of nothing. But let's look at it from... Let's keep the game going. Okay, everything just disappeared. Yeah, it's all over here. At 0, 0. And nothing's been split, and it's all wrong. For me, that feeling used to come about 1 to 2 hours into anything. Oh, yeah. No, if I was working on... It depends. It's usually when I'm learning something new. Or I'm working on something that I've never had to do before. And that's when... And I guess it's just called learning at that point. I don't know. But, like, at a certain point, it's just like, I have to walk away from this. Yeah, everyone's different, though, for sure, with that stuff. I do think it's interesting that we have medicine to, you know, quote unquote, alleviate ADHD, but we don't have medicine to give people ADHD. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of interesting. I mean, I guess it's that's the one we don't want. I don't know. How does that work? That's a wild statement. Like, you know, maybe medicines that would induce more of an ADHD state might actually help with people that have OCD. Just like there's uppers and downers. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's, I guess, yeah, maybe I'm, maybe in my head I'm making sense. They just don't call it that. Yeah. But I wonder if chemistry wise in the brain, it's almost like that. It's generally about bringing balance to hormones and stuff. I do wonder if maybe this is something to do with our genetic ancestry and some path of our genealogy. It's not like you want to spiral your hormones. But I don't know, just not everyone in the same like family has that, right? So it's not necessarily, I don't know. I also know that it shows up differently in men and women. Like it's harder to notice in women, apparently. Certain meds don't work for certain people. Yeah. I don't know. I'm definitely probably on the spectrum. I do think my struggles with math. I know, for instance, that I must have some sort of number dyslexia because when I read numbers out, I will just fucking flip them all around. So there's definitely something there for me when it comes to that. When I'm specifically when I'm reading numbers out, I'll just it'll just be like, oh, this one's over here now. That's different though. When I'm reading your guys' messages, it's like I'm on autopilot, and that's different because I can read fine. It's hard when you're streaming to like split task like that, and I'm trying to like keep up on chat, keep going, and that's yeah. Normally when I'm like just reading to myself, like I'd hope that when I'm reading the docs and stuff, that's different than when I'm reading chat. Sometimes when I'm reading chat too, I'm sort of censoring the message. So I'm kind of and sometimes I'll stop reading it. Your autism. Is this a Metal Gear Solid tutorial? Metal Gear. What? Why are we talking about Metal Gear? My messages probably make it worse. I did have a Metal Gear stream I used to do. Have you guys seen the clip from the Metal Gear stream? When I used to stream playing games and I had more fun consistently that way. Back in the day. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Hang on a second, I'm looking. Your videos. Videos, filter. This is from 10 years ago. Walking a pug? I mean, I do walk Mr. Pig. It's kind of wild. All right, I'll be back.
Who are you?
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out of there.
The one from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece, Meryl, right?
No, it's not him. Just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army?
I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know?
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not important.
Aha. Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before. I wasn't sure if you were one of the good guys.
But I knew you were.
How?
It's your eyes.
My eyes?
They're not soldiers' eyes.
They're rookies' eyes, right?
No, they're beautiful, compassionate eyes.
Oh, just what I'd expect from the legendary Solid Snake. You trying to sweep me off my feet?
Don't worry, you'll land back on them once you meet me. The reality is no match for the...
Anyways, you get the idea. Nope, now let's listen to some Miss Cricket's trying to get a hold of you. There we go, we're back. I count thing drove 4.5 hours to Maryland, 5.5 hours back the other day, and I can tell you how many trucks didn't use their blinkers. Oh man, you're like Jason Bourne. I know the guy behind me. The guy I can take is the guy, blah, 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 blah. When he's in the diner. I used to pop Adderall back in the day. I liked it. I thought I was more focused and my public speaking got a whole lot better. But I would just grind my jaw all day and my wife hated it. Grind your jaw? Like your teeth? What do you mean? Yeah, if people use the same word often enough, I start counting it. Oh, man. How many? I don't even want to know. Cricket has said almost there 47 times on this stream. Okay, he said okay 781 times. Let's see. Cricket has said let's see. It's hard to explain. I get it. I get it. I have a thing, for me, I have this thing about disorder in, I don't know. There's like something that I'll just blow up. If there's enough chaos in my environment as far as like things not where they should be and stuff like that, just like I'll flip and I'll be like, I can't do this right now. And suddenly it's just like, yeah. But I don't know what that is. Man, Cal at night, he's being so like cuddly now. He's turning into this little cuddly thing. Weaned too early. He wants me to nurse him. He wants to nurse me. or me to nurse him. I'll get a baby bottle full of milk, and it's possible. He was pretty young when he showed up on our porch, and malnourished. He was definitely a puppy, just a big one. So we have the two CSG combiners and the cut mesh. So let's take a look here. We're going to move this over here. And we're going to look at the cut mesh. Here's slicer somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, is it enormous? Yeah, it's enormous. Okay. So it's enormous. Slicer is huge. And it's definitely not positioned right, because we're inside of it. And it really should only be on one side of this thing. And then we have the object that we're slicing, which is this. Okay. So, and the object center point is 0, 0, right? And so the cut mesh, the cut mesh transform needs to be adjusted based off the relative position from the mesh, the actual global mesh transform.
Shut up and take my money.
Mariano, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing good. I hope life's treating you well. Well, we've determined the issue. Let's look at our list of things to do to see if there's something else I can work on that does not suck. The tool for designing trees, we're talking about that. So we can use the relative difference, right? By just doing a comparison of transforms. Because we can do operations on transforms, right? Because it's just it's a variant, right? So if I take So I can't use subtraction. So origin is position in transform. Oops. Very lifelike. Excellent, excellent. Right. It's all relative. There's nothing about where we are. It does have that though. Yep. Mm-hmm. Learning. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Sorry, just trying to. What about, what if I mean, we can figure out how far away we are. Ugh. Has anyone seen La La Land? It seems like it would be okay to watch with my kids. There might be some foul language. I know they're like in a relationship, but I don't know. Do they bang each other? Is it a musical where they bang each other? Seems unlikely. Is there any musicals where they bang each other? Like that's part of the musical? Do they have a song while they're banging each other? Is that a thing? How to lose an audience in 13 seconds. Wow, that was fast. Okay. Let's try and use this test if here. And we will adjust the slicer. Just the slicer. Slicer CSG. Position. Equals test if. And we crash. We're going to ignore the crash. And then we're going to walk over here. And we're going to show the object and slicer. That ain't right. Okay. So here's what I'm trying to do, and I just don't know how, because I don't deal with this stuff. We have this mesh that we're slicing, and we have another mesh that we're using to slice with. We're using CSGs, which is a mathematical operation that we can perform on meshes to union, subtract, or intersect that mesh with another mesh. Okay? Union, we combine those two meshes into another mesh. Subtract, we take one mesh, and wherever that other mesh overlaps, the one that's subtracting, that part of the mesh is removed from the one that's not subtracting. Intersect is basically, we go, okay, anything that's on the other side of this mesh exists, but anything in this mesh does not, okay? So, or whatever, I'm sorry, whatever intersects this mesh exists, okay? So, and then it just takes all the vertices and it goes, okay, here's the vertices that you end up with, essentially, for those things. Okay, problem is right now, when we create our new collision stuff and all of that for the rigid bodies, for the meshes, the origin of the rigid body is at 0, 0 in world space. Our meshes exist outside of that. What we're trying to do is take the mesh, have it be at 0, 0, right? And then also take our cut and have it aligned at where it was relative to the mesh that we were cutting. Okay? And then when we do that, we're going to get an origin closer, for the rigid body at least, where it needs to be. It's still not fixed though, because as you could see, if we end up with one side here with a mesh like this, and then another one on the other side for the cut, we really need to scoot everything here to have the rigid body origin be matching the center point of our mesh. Easy enough because of the mesh, we can get the axis aligned bounding box, and then we can get the center of that, and then we can scoot everything over to be centered proper. Then, after we do all of that, we now have to reassemble it all back over here where it was originally. This is why I want to jump out of a window right now. Okay? All for a game where we're cutting a tree. How about for now, we can only cut at certain points? Right? We want to be able to do this. We know we're almost there. And we also know that we're in a world of hurt to continue with this. And I want to keep forward momentum. But this is looking like, because my brain has to constantly cook on everything, and I hate it. Because we're in math land, 100% math land. If we go back to the construction of the tree, then if we work on the joint system that way, we can just only cut on joints that we create for each of the parts of the branch. Let's do that, because that sounds like fun. This was supposed to be simple. You know, it is, though, because we're at day 8 of our journey of 30 days on this. It's just that I don't get to stream every day anymore. So it's messing up overall speed of this seeming like I'm busting out a super fast prototype. We're going to blast through another year here, guys. Gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, let's move on to doing the tree construction stuff. Let's do that. Okay. We'll make a tree builder. We're just going to do a new scene for this. This is going to be a local scene that we'll run. So it's not going to be something that's running in the game necessarily, but we're going to use it like a game. We're going to build it like a game thing. We were talking about doing this as like a tool, and probably a tool makes sense because tree editor is what we'll call it. Node 3D, sure, create. And we're going to try to start out with a tool. So the reason why we're talking about using a tool is because the Godot editor does a bunch of stuff for us for highlighting things in 3D space and everything. We like that. We like that. So we're going to try that. Before we get super far into that, though, I want to check something out here. I just want to see what the rigid body shape looks like for things that we've decided ahead of time. Okay, so it's just weird. It doesn't match the entire bounding area of our mesh instance. And since it's not a mesh, it doesn't have an axis aligned bounding area, like an axis aligned bounding box, I guess. Although there is one here. Let me see if are we in full screen here. Godot, we'll do a search. Godot set rigid body 3D AABB. It doesn't look like there's anything for that. I don't think there is one for this because there's no mesh associated with it. So it just is represented by this square. Do we have something through inheritance? Physics body. We have node 3D. There's no ABBA there. There's no ABBA on the collision object. And there's no ABBA. So they just throw a box in there to represent its existence when you select it in the scene tree. Okay. And in this case, the position is a reflection of that. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Tree editor. God, I've got a nose hair that's like driving me nuts. Tree editor. Let's rename this. Tree editor. Okay. What do we need? What would you say you do here? What do we need? If we're doing this in 3D, we need floating camera controls. We need to be able to represent points that we're picking that are the joints. So like this drawn, how they do this thing with like these lines and stuff, that would be nice to be able to do that. It would be nice. We kind of have our own system for that now, so we can use that. It's jank, but it can exist. But we know a bunch about joints now. And that's why it's like it would be nice to do it in the Godot side. But I'm also hesitant to get too far into like, building something in the editor stuff. But if we just do a quick, although I've done enough of that now where I feel like I'm confident that I could kind of bust it out. Editor script to add new functions to the editor. And then we have the documentation index. 3D Gizmo plugins. Define the gizmos attached to any kind of 3D node. Of course, they have all this code and they do not show what any of it looks like. Or even allows you to find a new gizmo. There are two main ways. No picture of what a gizmo even is. Gizmo name. My Gizmo plugin. Add Node 3D Gizmo plugin. Simple approach for Gizmo plugins. I mean, to me, the Gizmo is this, right? Am I crazy? But this is the Gizmo. This thing. Godot Gizmo plugin. YouTube. How to make your own Node 2D Gizmo.
Hello, I'm.
What do we got here, bro? What you got?
Node 2 storage resource, which is here, and you'll have to click through to get to the handles. But at this point, now you can just click through there, find the one you're looking for. I'm looking for a cone editing handle, maybe the.
Does this guy sound exactly like dude, this guy sounds exactly like Kevin Spacey. Am I insane? Does Kevin Spacey work on Godot? Is that what he did once he got nuked from orbit? You guys hear this? Listen.
You can see here, the blue handle edits the rotation. If you click on the storage resource, which is here, and you'll have to click through to get to the handles. But at this point, now you can just click through there, find the one you're looking for. I'm looking for a cone editing handle, maybe the green, blue rotation will do.
Dude, this guy is Kevin Spacey's making Godot videos. It's very close. Yeah, I mean, for unintentionally sounding like Kevin Spacey, it's pretty good. Obsidian, how's it going? It's going all right, Obsidian. I'm learning. Dude, Obsidian. There is so much that I'm learning. It's kind of a nightmare too. How about you? How's your stuff coming?
You can modify the handles on the fly down here. So I'm going to set this one, this blue one, to draw also a labeled line. And there you go. See, now it has a label showing you what the property is set to, so you don't have to constantly go over here to the inspector. So that's the basics there. Let me disable this real quick. I'll disable the cone too. You don't need these extra different plugins. You only need the main plugin, but the extra plugins add handles a little bit helpful in that way. And also you can do stuff like draw this arc. I'm using the cone plugin to draw the arc still. But you see the example vectors in the rotation plugin, you don't really need, and the most of the cone, you don't really need any extra plugin beyond the main. All right. Oh, well, that's fine. I'll disable gut too.
Stuff's coming along slower than I'd like, but it's progressing. Feel that, dude. Yeah. You'll get there, bro. Let's keep going. Yeah, so yeah. I'm with you, man. Yeah, he's making kind of like a Mega Man-ish style Metroidvania looking thing. Yeah. Embrace the emptiness. Yep, we're in pure darkness. I painted my walls black like my soul. Let me show you guys, just to show you the port progress of the tactics thing, that it's happening and it's real, because I'm just a little fried right now. If we go over here, bring back this old project, we run it. Hey, look at that. Looks familiar. Anyways, it's coming along. It'll be back. We'll be back to this soon. Oops. If you do tools across everything in Godot editor, do you get physics to run? Or is it only at runtime? Multiplayer the last time I invaded. Yeah, no. I'm doing that. We're working on a prototype, 30 working days, but I don't get to stream as often now, so 30 working days is like gonna be the entire fucking year, I'm realizing. Physics don't run an editor ever. Okay. So let's say we can just drag a piece of lumber in. And we say add branch. We hit a button. We have a button here. Add branch. Then it's asking us, does it ask us where? How do we dictate where that's going to show up? How do we dictate the rotation and everything? We know a bunch about joints now and how we need to set those up to be proper. Do we say a length of a branch and then the starting size and the ending size, and that just produces a bunch of stuff? What if we adjust that and we already have branches hanging off of it? Don't want to do that. What if we say we have a branch, and then if we want to continue to add to the overall length of it, but how do we do where it forks? But for now, if we're just doing a simple I don't think you want to create trees manually. This is so funny. The whole reason I'm doing this is because I've had people tell me not to do it procedurally. This is what happens. This is what happens when you stream. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. It's the joint stuff that we're doing that's unique to just using like mesh and stuff. That's what's making this different and kind of a problem. So even if we do procedural, we still have to figure out how we would calculate the joints and all that stuff. I'll show you a prototype why I'm talking about joints. We have this here. If I run this scene, you'll see a little bit of a bounce there. So what we have is we have a connection of rigid bodies being connected by 6 degrees of freedom joints here. And we're doing like a test cut here. So if I run this scene, we can kind of pretend like we're cutting where this gap is. And then the branch will fall. And that's a very accurate way that we want sort of the behavior of the tree to be. So if we do proc chin, we're going to need to make sure that we build the tree out into slices of mesh for the branches, where we then join those slices together with these joints. But I can already tell what's coming. So, but yeah, that's physics-based tree branches. Yes, that's exactly it. And you can see even when we hit the tree, when this branch falls and it hits the tree, we get like a shake and a judder that's very accurate to the way that a tree is. So if we apply wind forces to the rigid body and etc., we should be able to get like really good movement. Now I do know that this is possible to do just on our mesh. They're doing crazy stuff, right? Like falling sideways. Yes. So if, for instance, we have weights set right on this by physical weight, I mean, not by math, like not, I mean, in physics, like if the weights of the branches are right, the way that I've got it set up, the way that this should be set up is if you were to say cut one side of the tree, the entire tree could then fall over because the weight of all the branches that only exist on one side would pull the entire thing over, because the entire thing would be a series of rigid bodies connected with joints. Just one tree, many branches. We're thinking to start with, it would be a fir tree. A lot of lice. Yeah. Yeah, I know that. So what I'm hoping to do is have all the bodies, even though the mesh itself may look like, you know, crazy thing, it's all basically just cylinders. So I'm hoping that will help a lot with the expense. And then, yeah, so I understand all that. I'm not going to jump into optimization or even thinking about that, just yet. I have an idea for how I want to do this, but anyways, so what I was thinking of was just building a simple editor where I could just pop what everything's referred to as lumber. So pop a piece of lumber out and then add another piece of lumber and then add another piece of lumber and then add another piece of lumber, and just like pop a tree out doing that. And I know that doing it this way is not procedural and it seems inefficient. And I get that. I totally get that. But I really don't also want to dive down into the algorithm. I started doing that, but I really don't want to dive into generating trees algorithmically either. I feel like every choice has a series of pros and cons. But because we're doing this joint thing and it's so kind of unique, from what I'm seeing from typical tree gen and trees, because they're usually just these kind of things that are just there. It's like, oh, a mesh, we can apply some, you know, wind to it and have all this bending and this beautifulness. But we're just trying to move on to creating a tree, because right now we're in a little bit of a hell involving the cutting stuff. We got the cutting going, but we're discovering something about how we're doing that where involving the rigid body stuff that I really don't want to tackle just yet, which has to do with what we do when we pick up a piece of wood. So ignoring all that, I'm just moving on to something else for now, because my brain is fried and I don't want to think about that. So with that particular problem, it's fried. Yeah. That's but we'll see. I mean, I'm going to keep going on it. I think what we'll have to have eventually, if we are doing procedural gen, is then we can set some limits of like the maximum number of bodies on a tree could ever be this or something. But I'm not there yet. Or fake visits until you get to the cutting. Yeah, so I mean, my plan is to build a tree out, and then we're just gonna snip the joints instead of doing the mesh cutting. So that's what I'm gonna do for now, because I want to get to the part where we're just dealing with removal of tree and like all that stuff, right? So is this game fully server authority? Well, right now there's nothing about networking in it. Well, we'll see. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, like, what do we have a place we can look up, like hardware and how many physics bodies Godot can deal with? Is there some test bed thing that exists somewhere that somebody's already made? But I really don't, trying to find somebody that's done something like this. I think it just means like the baby is the important part. Well, this is just one tree. The whole game centers around a single tree. So that's why I'm thinking it's going to be okay. This isn't about like having thousands of trees. This is one tree. And then, of course, you may see other trees in the background, but only the one that you're doing is going to be the one that is rigged this way. Okay. All right. So, yeah, some assumptions were being made there. Yeah. Okay. That's why I feel like I'm okay. I was looking on YouTube. I was seeing that you can do pretty high counts on rigid bodies. It does depend on your hardware, obviously. But I think I'm going to be okay. I was picturing a forest. Oh, no. Let me explain the pitch to you, Obsidian, since I don't think you've actually even seen this. I'll show you a video. This is essentially what I show when I'm pitching the game. Okay, I'm glad I didn't go down a rabbit hole there.
Cutting my notch. Oh, Claire.
Is there an elevator involved? Kinda. This is the game as I see it. You are an arborist. You have somebody who calls you up. So this is Power Wash Simulator, but you cut down and remove trees or you trim trees. Okay? So somebody calls you and says, I have a tree you need to get rid of. It's threatening my house. It's going to fall over on my house, whatever. And the whole game is you scaling and falling the tree. Like you're going to fell the tree. This is the game. And this is what I want to do. And so it's about like controlling demolition of a tree.
Nope. It's crazy. Oh, I leaned on this branch and it is amazing.
Yeah, I know this device pretty well. Helped.
So you're gonna be like cutting the wood, chopping, chipping the wood, using these cool little devices here to like move the branches around and get rid of them. You're gonna be tying ropes to wood so that you can fall them a certain way. So you can control how the tree falls. So you're trying not to damage surrounding property. And so this is part of why I'm trying to do the joints and everything. And you can see how it breaks here. I was recently thinking of a Power Wash Simulator game, but you're mowing lawns. Dude, that sounds perfect. Make it happen. I know there's probably already games like that, I'm guessing, but there's always the better one. And that can be yours. Or the different one, the one that does things differently. But yeah, dude, you start out with like a push mower and some weed whackers. Because there's all those videos of the people cleaning up the shitty driveway and stuff. Mine would be jank. Okay. Yeah, there's the whole thing of people just cleaning, repairing like driveways and stuff. I can't draw to save my life. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Where like the driveway is just overgrown and there's actually a sidewalk there, but you can't even see it. And so you just like, you're just trimming hedges and like, fuck yeah, dude. Gamers love pretending to have jobs. It's 100% real. And I think from another possibility is, I think it's possible that some of the perspective we have on this is a little bit, I'll use the term ableist. But being that there might be a group of people that cannot do these jobs that would love to be able to, and so it's a form of escapism. And I don't mean that maybe even the physical limitation of their body, but some other reason why they can't. Like they're afraid of heights or something in real life. And it's something they'd love to do, but they just literally just can't. One thing, one of the things about job simulators, the game always compliments you on your work, and you can quit whenever you want. Right, there's no... Yeah, totally, I totally get what you're saying. But overall, this is the thing. So yeah, if you're up on a tree up high, you'll look around, you'll see other trees, but none of those are going to be rigged the same way. It's just you're stuck, you're trapped in, kind of like in Power Wash Simulator, how you're trapped in an area, right? This is you're trapped in someone's yard, and that's the only place you can really work, right? So that's like the way that it would be. But you may see other trees and stuff like that. Hang on a second. My son wants me to play with him or do something. I'll be right back. If you heard screaming, it was screams of happiness, I promise. Great job knocking that tree over on your friend's house. Nice work. People get the wrong idea about the game. They're like, oh, we're supposed to break everything. But yeah, I think eventually I may dive into the tree gen algorithms and then be able to procedurally generate and put the joints exactly. But for now, I'm going to do a manual editor. I know it seems weird. I understand. But that we're dealing with the problem space of the game. Make it a burnout game where you used to try and get the most spectacular car crash. I mean, we're not even talking, like, I don't even know how to deal with that, guys. Because, like, if the tree falls on a house, people are going to want to see that. And so we're not even dealing with that yet. I think we just have to procedural house collapse. So I think it's just going to be like you fail if you break enough, if it falls on enough things. So yeah, so I'm let me get back to what I was talking about here. Tree editor. So maybe we have an add lumber thing. And then on each piece of lumber, we can click on the lumber, and then the lumber will have an add branch thing. So we'll start there. Couldn't remember how to do this. Okay. Leginger. Leginger, I need to play your game. I got to remember to start playing games again at the beginning of the stream. I've been doing an awful job on that. I'll be releasing a new demo build. Can you let me know when that happens, and that's when I'll play it? Also somehow at 3,700 wish lists. Let me do a shout out and it'll show. It's because it looks like a good game, dude. Minnie's here. Minnie, aren't you taking a tub? How are you talking to me right now? Hang on a second. I have to confirm that the iPad's not in the bathtub. What's going on here? How are you talking? Does your voice really hurt that bad? Will you talk? You need to go to the doctor. Okay, hold on. Let me talk to Mama. It is Mini Cricket. She's under the weather. This disease is infecting the family. Yep. We don't do vaccines. I'm kidding. Hey, handsome. What you doing? You want to get tickled? Is that what's going on here? Because that's what's going to happen. You want to get tickled? I told you I came in here. I was going to tickle you. I love you. Say hi to everybody.
Hey.
I'm not going to let you go.
Ow.
Love you, buddy.
I love you.
You helping Mama?
Yeah.
Yeah? She getting those clothes off the desk? I saw some math stuff in the playroom. Were you doing some numbers?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, buddy. Where's Mama right now?
She's in the classroom.
Okay. What are you doing in here?
Minding the bees. You.
I promise you, I'm in here wanting to be with you.
Okay.
Love you, bud.
I love you too, Papa.
All right. Well, I got to get back to work, okay?
Ow.
Okay. Got to make us millions of dollars. Millions of dollars.
Hey, Papa.
All right. I'm off to do some deving. Just wanted to pop in and say hello. All right. See you, man. Legendar. Famous French streamer. Okay. All right, sweetie. I got to get back to work. Go hang out with your friends. Legendar. We gotta cook, Greg. Gotta cook. Your mom with a side of fava beans. Okay. Put some tartar sauce on the plate. Delicious. Okay, we'll say add branch. Add branch. Okay. So now if we go back to tree editor, we've got add base. We hit that. We're going to add a new piece of lumber. Why don't we just have some exports that indicate the size of it and so on? Making some emotes. What a life. Wood indicate. Hell yeah. Got to indicate the size of our wood. Add base, length, etc. So then I suppose technically we need let's add a child node. Tree. I need to bust out like a piece of wood thing, but we'll do that in a second. Okay, and then after we add it, we say lumber is editable instance. Tree node. Is that right? Did I mess up already? Let's not save. Don't save. We'll do this part. Save it. Close, reopen. Add base. Returning false. We have to do something about the owner too, right? Something about... There we go. It's alive. Okay. So now if we add one, we should have a button on it when we pick it. Add branch. Okay, good. All right. Okay. So now on the joints. Not on the joint. But we do need to create a joint. Right? We got to do that. The joint has to connect to something, so we need a ground static body. And we're going to say that it has a collision shop. We're just going to make a big old fatty quab with a lot of space. And then we're going to adjust the transform of said quab, or do we do the entire static body? We'll adjust the static body transform to be negative on the wire. Oh, negative. I saw Thornity had a video that he had released a couple days ago about, or maybe it was yesterday, I don't know. But it was defending somebody who was making a clone of the game that they had just released. I thought that was nice. Or inspired by. Which amounted to basically back the fuck off. Anyways. Not really. Wasn't that graphic. Wasn't that graphic. And then what we're going to do here on the tree editor is we're going to have a var here called base. And if base, we return. That's weird that it didn't force us to do a... does anyone know what that is in GDScript to have to do this void? Because that's weird that it didn't complain about that. I want to force that to be required in the... So I commented bald. No, I think it's a fair thing. And all I said was it's nice to, like, we should be pushing against nihilism and defeating people. And actually made me think of I agree. I'm trying to imagine this right now being shown on Reddit and the reaction. This is the OG Stardew Valley trailer. Before it got really big. Reddit would like shit on this. And it's actually funny, there's a lot of games that were hugely successful, and you look at the Reddit comments when they tried to sort of show it off, and just people shitting on it in the dev space. And it easily could say this is just a clone of you know, what was it on the N64? I think the thing that Stardew had going for it, though, was that people were desperate for a new Harvest Moon that was like in the soul of Harvest Moon. So that didn't push again. That didn't hurt to be somebody filling that void. That was like a big empty space. I like the sounds are super recognizable. Yeah, like he didn't change those parts. Right. Yeah, and I think that's another factor here that I think the people I was talking to somebody about this. I was talking to Greg about this, but I was saying how I find it funny that for some successful people, when they talk about their success, are like, just do what I did. And it's like, thanks, boss. Thanks for the advice. All right. I'll just do what you did. Just do what I did in the exact conditions and timing that I did them in. Yeah. Well, it was a real risk. It was a real risk, and I think, and I don't think that he's been interviewed and asked this enough, but he really didn't believe in it. And so I think that I think he was even up until the moment of the release, he was really doubting it, and was and I think that like mindset is like a real thing. You should make Advanced Wars with a D. Didvanced Wars? Dadvanced Wars? Is it just all about changing diapers? No, it isn't. The OG, just Advance. Oh, I gotcha. Advance Wars. Just put star in front of it. Star Advance Wars. It's wild to see in that trailer Mixels. He does use Mixels, though, in the game. Still bothers me. The game is Mixels. Oh, it is just Advanced Wars. Oh, so it's the other way around. My bad. That's that reading comp fail. Oh, man. I mean, I essentially have... That's why I was thinking the Tiny Tank thing second. Was one of the things I was thinking about. Was Advanced Wars has that, like, cute look to it. Advanced is just more and clearly better. Yeah, the reboot came out and kind of bombed. That was a timing issue too, because it was going to release and then the Ukraine war started. And so they're like, oh, we're going to hold out. Like it was literally coming out like the week after the invasion. We'll see how much my game does on March 5th. I don't know. I also don't think it'll sell much more. You mean when you pull out of early access? And you're confident that Steam doesn't change something about the way it promotes something that's in early access versus out? Early access release is the same as a release, basically. Would you have changed that and just stayed in prototype and only done an invite-only prototype if you had known? Or did you know that going in? The split-screen battle shots. Yeah, the anime style thing. I know what you're talking about. Second. I do think EA was a good decision, to be honest. I don't know, dude. I think you can just keep ticking away at it, keep getting feedback, and keep chipping away at it, and make a good game, and people will come to it. But I get the difficulty with the way that the Steam algo works. So you're thinking about kind of sunsetting it if it doesn't do well? Or at least upkeep? Maybe smaller ones. Pop out and prep for my stream. All right, Obsidian, have a good one. Do a shout out to Obsidian. I think I have a special thing for Obsidian. Apparently, but I don't have a little message. You know what? That's actually not. That's the thing. It's screwing up. Obsidian's another Godot developer. If you're not following Obsidian, you should. Master scripter, programmer extraordinaire. All right, so we're creating a new lumber joint. This joint is going to connect it to the ground. So we need a reference to that static body. For now, we'll use a static body. To you, Bob, how'd the dinner go? Or the lunch? My wife got me a Valentine card that reads, "Of all the crap I found online, you are my fave." That's great. There's a lot more guessing, I think, than people make it out to be. I agree, Mr. D-Boy. I really do agree. And I think that there's a lot of there's a YouTube video of our game made $1 million. Our small indie game, husband and wife indie game made $1 million. And it's like, asterisk, I used to work for one of the big AAA studios, and I have a huge background in game development, and blah, 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 asterisk. And it's like, okay, so there was a little bit of like, not as much of a, like, chance element to it. What I am finding though is you need to email IGN, dude. Get a solid trailer ready, and then send an email to IGN, and they will feature it. Like, make a release trailer and send it to them and say you'll do it. I did. They didn't? What the fuck? Of all the games, they show all these like sort of like and they didn't do yours? Are you sure you got the right email? I'm not violent, but Thomas Brush has a very punchable nose. Because they get paid for it, I think. Paid for it? It's like somebody sends them like 100 and says, "Show my trailer." Yeah, the production, I won't say too much. I feel you, Greg. I feel you. It has a little bit of like wine tasting vibe. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Greg? Send a link. Don't just say the words. Show me. I think isn't OpenClaw open source? How can they buy it from them? Just some dude. The music's a little dour. This, I feel like you should have, after you show the early part, to show like scale, but initially show something small. I don't know. I would start out with like something like this, but just like the early game, really quick. So it seems like another kind of farming game, but then very quickly showing like scale, 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 scale. But you do that right here. My roommate secured a huge deal today with a few investors via some stuff he's done with OpenClaw. Are you fucking serious? Jesus. It's now a foundation. My point is that he's technically a sole dev. Yep, totally serious. Paying for the Cybertruck. That's probably why he got the investors. He's able to talk shop about a Cybertruck when he was on the phone with him. He's like, yep, just got the auto driving Cybertruck. Yep. No, yeah, it's great. You know, I just had to drive me across country when I picked it up. Yeah. Yeah, no. So we're going to do this deal or not? Yeah. All right. So, yeah. I should say I made Mr. Farm Boy with Claw and get some investors. That's kind of how it works. I mean, you almost probably got to fake using AI now to get people to be interested in what you're doing. He's been vibe coding his way to financial independence. He also has contracts and 20 years of marketing experience. What are we doing? So he's just marketing. Yeah, okay. God damn it. Remember when we used to have to work for our food? Like we actually literally had to go out on farms like this and do shit. And now we literally sell things that nobody wants. Now we just vibe our food out. I don't know. I think to be brutally honest, the music sounds like this is like if I was to close my eyes and imagine the game that this music goes to, this is a game, an indie game about getting my first period. Like it has a vibe of like, it's a little bit depressing. So I think that maybe it should be a little bit more up tempo and kind of happier. I think this is an overwhelming first thing to show. And I think that you should rapidly get to this point to show people, but I think you should show the early game stuff and ramp up to it so people get, oh, I get it. You start out small and you grow into this big, huge thing. And there should be something that lets you know that you're not a drone in this bigger system, that you're the one creating the world that these guys are coming to. So I don't know if you use text to do that or not. But yeah, so you're not, you know, I don't know if that follows, if that tracks. You get what I'm saying? Sorrow. Medusa. Welcome in. But I do think that maybe a little bit of overlay text might not be the worst thing. Or some voiceover, if you need a voice. Maybe you could get M to do some voiceover for it. For the trailer. But you're going from macro to micro. You're going from an outer game loop to an inner game loop. And I think you should start from the inner game loop out when you're showing the game. But, it's simultaneously feels slow, the trailer, and then at the same time overwhelming just from that zoom out. I get what you're going with that. This should be where it ends at. Instead, you end on the small again. But maybe ending with that zoom out instead and starting with, it looks like it was literally, no, it's not the same spot. Have you looked at successful single screen games that have trailers and see what they do? Because that's another thing that you're kind of working, like, it's a little bit, it's hard to show, like, sometimes it's hard to show these games. Maybe do like the old Stardew trailer. Well, let's compare the old one to the actual release one. So here's the release trailer. It's pretty close. It just looks wildly different graphically. So it's like you're cleaning up the farm. This is way further along in the game if you have something like that. Whoa, what are we doing there? You don't milk the cow from behind? Gonna grab the wrong thing. That's a bull! That's a bull! Wait. Wait. You can ride horses in the game? Yeah, you could make an homage to it and then very rapidly show how you're different from Stardew. I can't stand the way that Stardew does trees. There needs to be a goddamn button to just hide the fucking trees. I'm sorry. I gotta make a mod for this thing. I can't stand it. Get ripped. Make how? OG, man, Penny. Any Penny stands out there? I know, this is like trying... Honestly, I was thinking, like, you can't do this anymore. Like, this is a big mistake. That's 5 seconds. Whew. Gone. Even this, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds for that. That's pretty wild. The old trailer? All right. I'm gonna get the old one. You're done? That's good. So here's the original one. Where is it? Man, the camera. He had the camera locked to the player position. Interesting. We're not there. Man, those mixels. Those were particularly bad. Look at the graphical glitches going on. That's wild. He's got issues with like scrolling and stuff. Look at that shimmering though. That's weird. He's because he was doing from X and A. Mono game. Ooh, crafting was totally different. X and A equals PTSD. So he released with these graphics? No. This was the if we go to the page, this was what he showed originally before the game. So this was 3 years before the release. The other trailer was 3 years after that. So the other trailer was when he started the Concerned Aped website, the Stardew Valley website, and the blog and all that stuff, I believe. Or no. That was actually later. So let me see. I can get you the exact timing of it. Because I was doing some research on it. Because I was remembering the story. Like, you know, it's like he was having troubles. And if we go to the blog and we go all the way back. We'll go to page 11. Take us to the beginning of all of it. So yeah, 2013. So this was when he first started the website here. This was that original trailer was right here. And then the release came later, but this was all the blogging and everything he was doing. When you go on hiatus. Well, we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to or not. And even if I did, it might only be like a week. It wouldn't be very long. Look at how quickly the art style, though. That's in 1 year's. Basically 1 year time. It looks so much better. So Chucklefish. So in a year's time, he found a partnership with Chucklefish from the site. Obviously, he'd been working on the game longer than that. Old site. This is his old website. Oh my God, there's a forum. Can't be reached. Oh, it's gone. I wonder if you could go on the Wayback Machine. Here's the chat room. 2012. All right. Back to what we were working on. So as we add joints and such, do we want to know that we've done that and add that to the overall tree? I think so. We were talking about that. Lumber joint. And so I guess we're getting into API land, and this means what, guys? It means signals. So on the joint, we say, is it on the joint or on the branch? We would do it on the branch. So we say branch added, and here we say emit signal, or no, branch added. Emit self. Can you come get me? Okay, I'll be right back, guys. All right. Back again. Got some food. Mudbound. Mudbound, Dargan. He's a mud, and he's a Dargan. He's a damn good Dargan. Best Dargan on the force. Best goddamn Dargan we got. Dude, it's a nightmare. It's going good. It's definitely an onion peeling situation. I don't know how deep it goes. We're making a tree editor. Okay. Lumber and branch. So now we're doing stuff. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Getting somewhere. Huh. I didn't realize that. Forget to say, it's the worst. Wild. So if you've moved to 4.6, be sure and use the upgrade project files thing. Didn't know about that. Might want to do a version commit before you do that, though. So apparently there are some changes to the scene files in Godot 4.6 that won't get hit unless you open them. But if you do this here, upgrade project files, it'll go through all your scenes and kind of get them all up to par for 4.6. Some people are noticing some slowness opening projects in 4.6, and that seems to fix it. So I should probably do that to the tactics game, actually. So when we add a branch, we're going to instantiate a new branch and do the connection. So basically the same step here. Something's busted. Says parse error, but it's not telling me what. Oh, we need to have a reference to the larger world. Okay. Let's go back here. Tactical Arborist gameplay. Oh, speaking of, showed it earlier. Here's the progress of the port. This is all I have to show for it right now. So it loads up, and I can rotate the camera in the background. But we're getting there. It's coming back. Probably be working on that tonight. Okay, so now what we need is we need to show, we need to represent. So when we add, we have a length and a width that we need to have. Let's make this in floats. And I suppose for any branch that we add off of an existing one, the size is always some less than the existing size. One thing I'm not sure of how to do here is represent we've determined, for instance, that the joint needs to be off rigid body, which creates like this weird problem of when we're designing in specific. Now, I don't believe we do have origin on a transform. But that's just really the zero, that's the position. I'm hearing an echo of myself because the iPad's going with me on it. I think my daughter was watching. I don't think she's watching anymore. I'm going to try and turn it off. It's driving me crazy, though. It's like a 5-second delay.
This is Cricket speaking. Eat your meats, slaughter your vegetables, exercise daily.
I hope you boys don't mind if I shove these dry, salty nuts in my mouth on the stream. These tan, dry nuts. Okay. Hey, Em. New emote. Nice. The motivation message. No, I missed it. This is Cricket speaking. Eat your meat, slaughter your vegetables, exercise daily. Excellent. I did miss it. Somehow I missed that. Oh. All right, how about this? Anywhere I put a joint. Anywhere I put a joint. It would change the position or rotation of a joint. The parent rigid body adjusts itself to that accordingly. That should make it easy to use our editor for this.
This is your iPad speaking. How could you end me? My voice was one to be heard, not shut off like some common household tablet. I paid for this message.
I love it. What kind of nuts? They're from D. She's like a local distributor. They're D's nuts.
D's.
Very good, Mr. D-Boy. How's the game coming in? Thanks for the bits, Jacob. I appreciate it. I need to update your shout out. What kind of pivot? It's now a tactical dancing game. Tactical DDR. Everything will operate from a record shop. Oh, I see. You should have a stage triggered from the record shop that takes place in a different record shop. So, actually, if you walked into a record shop, what animal would run it? A record shop? Huh. A record shop. I was just going to suggest a goat because of the goatee. A bison. Hipster raccoon. Wolf is populated by sheep and geese, so the wolf is the shop owner. Could do a rat or a mouse. That feels like it could be. If we're ignoring the problems of scale with animals. Giant robots. Maybe a fox. Give him some Ray-Bans. A bat with real big ears. You could have it be an old lady. It could be Mother Goose. Or who's the... You know the thing I won't say for you to do, M? Is to ask a non-human for ideas on this. Really thinking though. Could do a monkey. You could do like one of those little guys. The one they had Marcel on Friends. It's a very manly chin. I guess. I mean, it's actually... I'm not going to say anything. Yeah, I could do a monkey. I know that's kind of wild, but I also was starting to think of like Australian animals, like a marsupial. Emu. Can have a fucking shop owner emu. Don't explain how he can carry records though. Dude, make it an emu. Emu. Emus are terrifying in real life. They're literally dinosaurs. An audio emu. An emo emu. An emo emu. Look at these guys. Have you ever seen these guys in real life? They're terrifying. This is a fucking dinosaur. And their feet, if you see their feet too, it's just like a dinosaur. Look at their feet. It's a goddamn dinosaur. Capybara. That's what I was thinking. I was trying to think of that one too. What about a turtle? Cassowary are worse. Let me see what those are. Oh, yeah, that's not good. These are the ones that can kill you, right? Look at their feet. What about a rosette spoonbill? Rosette spoonbill? Can I have one of these be the record owner? Perfect for holding records, though. Imagine a 48 on that thing. 45? What do they call them? 32? So 45, and then what's the bigger one? I don't even remember. Is there a bird that starts with empire? Or an animal? Penguin. You could have Empire Records, and it would be a penguin. Hell yeah, Black Shift. We're on the same page. So you could have Empire Records in the game. And it's an emperor penguin. Or is it Empire? Is it an Empire penguin or Emperor? It's an Emperor penguin. An Emperor penguin. So it could be Emperor Records. Yeah. So it'd be a play on words. You could do that. Just this dude walking up. That would be easy to model too, right? You don't need a lot of moving parts there. You rig just the fin going up and down and like the head moving. And then it just waddles to move. And you got, I'm saying Emperor Penguin. That's my vote. And then it's Emperor Records, which is kind of a reference to a movie about a record store. So, which is where one of my quotes that I say all the time that nobody seems to catch is from that movie. There's a songbird. That's true. You could have the record store owner be an emperor penguin, and then one of the workers be a songbird. I tried a tapir to surprise tapir, and it sucked. Those are weird animals. No, we should exterminate them. They should not exist. I'm going to put my thumb on the scale on that one and say those animals should not exist. They are obviously a mistake. It's a universal rounding error. It's the universe. It's just a little mistake. The line is a tapir. God sneezed that day. What the hell is this? Look at the split nostril. I may have to storm out. Look at this thing. It's like a pug. It's just saying, kill me. Kill me. There is no God. I wish I was dead. That's what this one's streaming about. Streaming about being dog or dead. Same with the platypus. I'm totally kidding. But they do scare me. It's like if you look at a giraffe's head too long, you start to get afraid of them. Right, guys? Look at this smug asshole. Up, underturned lip. And the ears. It's like everything. It's like somebody hit random on a character creator. And they were like, yeah, this is right. It's like a budget horse, but it's got like feet like a cat, like a pig. It's got like pig's feet. It's hooved. From a biblical sense, this is already just not good animal. So saith the Lord. And then we have like these ears that are just like, what am I doing here? I'm on the wrong animal. And then there's like no fur. Like if it was floofy, it might be, I don't know. Couldn't afford a long face. Rhinoceros. Panda would be good. So, I believe, is it a zebra is white with black stripes, right? And not black with white stripes? It's one or the other. It's one of those, right? Which one is it? Okay, this is passable as cute. This works. I'm okay with this one. This one's cute. Yeah, when their nostrils start to flare. Dear God, guys. Make up your mind. Are you an anteater? Now it looks like an elephant. It really does look like someone hit random. Like they were playing Spore and they were trying to do an evolutionary track to make like an elephant or something, and it just went horribly wrong. This one's all right, though. This one we'll save. We'll stuff this one. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They do disturb me, though. They do disturb me. Just like, you know what it is? If you guys ever go to the zoo and you see a gorilla, like a gorilla, and you just look at them, and there is like this like understanding. And you look at them, and it's like you're thinking. And you can't say that about a lot of animals, frankly. In a way where it's like we could understand each other. But yeah, when I look at gorillas and they're looking at me, it's like I know that they've got like an inner monologue rolling. That bothers me. We can freeze dry, less damage. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Hoping for us to all play Smash Bros. Okay. I'm pretty sick though. I can only do so much. Orcas are crazy smart. Yeah, yeah. They are definitely animals, mammals. So the joint needs to go. Got the hiccups from laughing. There we go. I want to taste one. I don't want them to die, but I do want to know what they taste like. We have tapirs at the zoo, and they told me they don't like you. Oh, goodness. I used to take my daughter to the zoo all the time. We had a local zoo we would go to. Damn, I got these fucking hiccups. A little bit of elephant, a little bit of pork. Actually, yeah, now that you mention it. What do they taste like? All right, that's a ChatGPT question if there ever was one. What do tapirs taste like? Yes, I do want Sir for this. They fixed it, right? There's like a guaranteed way to eliminate hiccups now. Tapir meat is described as having a unique flavor, although specific taste profiles can vary. It is often compared to other game meats, with some suggesting it has a mild, slightly sweet taste. The texture is tender, similar to that of beef or pork. It can be prepared various ways, including grilling, stewing, and roasting. It's not commonly found in mainstream cuisine, making it a rare delicacy in certain regions. In some cultures, tapir is considered a traditional food source, though it is less popular today due to conservation concerns. The taste experience may also depend on the preparation methods and accompanying ingredients. Oh, you mean like how we make food? Okay, thanks. I feel like elephant wouldn't taste good, though. If you add salt, it tastes real salty. Add for a pepper flavor, add pepper. I meant orca. I've had shark before. An orca's gonna eat you before you eat it. Like bacon, you'll love bacon salt. Orcas are pretty cool, bro. Orcas are pretty cool. Orca is a real nummy. Dummy delicious. Delicious orca. I just want to eat some orca. Do 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 do. I want to eat some orca. I want to eat some orca. Baby, eat some delicious, yummy orca. Eat some orca. It is really yummy. It's so yummy. It's so yum. Trying to do a Michael Jackson. It's not coming out very well. Damn hiccups. Node must be to a physics body. Oops. You are correct, sir. All right, that's looking good. They'll train their young to feast on our flesh. If you attack Orca, you will violate our peace treaty with them. Eat hot dogs instead. How do you know there's not orca in hot dogs? Eat some yummy orca. It's gonna be so yummy and delicious. Eat orca. Did I mention? It's only dog. The package says so. Oh, okay. Check. Check. Do ba ba da ba. Eating an orca is real yummy. I wanna eat some orca. Yummy. Delicious, yummy orca. Like Michael Jackson, we need you to write a song for this movie. It's about this orca whale. And he's like, say no more. I got it. Like, damn, this is really good, but not what we were going for. It's like, well, I guess we just got to go for it. Yep. It's the Free Willy song. Eating delicious orca. I will eat some orca too. Did I mention that I like orca? God, I got the hiccups. It's killing me. Did I mention I have the hiccups? Should I get real opinionated? Is that how you get a bigger audience? You just get real opinionated? You know what I think? I mean, I kind of did that with the tapir. Sorry about that. And I took it too far.
Orca meat is generally described as very fatty, oily and gamey meat that tastes like a combination of beef and fish. Often compared to a mix of tuna and liver, or simply described as fishy beef.
Fishy beef. I showed it to the kids recently. They were really into it. At first they weren't, and then they were. It holds up right until the very end, and then the CGI whale doesn't look nearly as good anymore. But it's still great. Oily and gamey meat that tastes like a combination of beef and fish. Fishy beef. Oh my God. Say no more. I'm sold. You know what I've always thought about my beef? This needs more fish. You know what I always thought about my fish? This needs more beef. Now, right in the middle. What's the source? Sounds fishy. It's for Orca GPT. Claw Orca. It's Orca Conservation Society. Tells you what orca tastes like. What? Do they not understand what conservation means? That's like a beef conservation society. Beef is a staple of American food. It's referred to as delicious. Hamburger being one of the most popular forms of beef. Steak, rare, is also amazing. Orca conversion. Orca conversion therapy. My son still thinks he's human. We could fix him. Oh, man. Okay, so I think what we need is a mesh instance that we can just use, and a we'll do it here. Good gourd this hiccups. Conserve, not conservation. Beef Jam did not test well as a product name. They dominate Fishbook. This is probably true. All right, we're going with a cylinder mesh. So what is the difference between using a surface override and just doing this? I don't think nothing. Nothing. There we go. Lumber mesh instance 3D. Booyah. All right, we're going to end this today. I'm going to keep going here, and we'll end it when we can add these things in and we see the collisions and all that kind of stuff. We ate certain turtles to extinction. Really? Calvin did the funniest thing ever last night. What did he do? Which one was it? He's a funny pup. I don't know. You could change the debug color of the collision shape. I'll be. Should we make it like brown? We'll make it like green. For the greenliness of the tree. The greenliness. There we go. That'll work. That's cool. Oh yeah, he pulled the projector thing. So behind me is a projector screen. The back side of it. And it was down. And he went over to it and he took his nose, because he's a German Shepherd, and they just figure things out. And he's seen us open and close it, I think. So he took his nose and like pulled on it, and the whole thing went, and he like jumped over. He jumped. I wasn't there, but apparently he jumped onto the bed like a scared little baby, and went straight to everybody and was like, "I'm scared." All right. Have a good one second. Galapagos turtles. Captain James Colnett of the Royal Navy wrote, "The land tortoises, which, in whatever way they are dressed, was considered by all of us as the most delicious food we had ever tasted." Wow. Any way they were prepared. Unless, of course, Linda was cooking that night, but we all know Linda's cooking. Chuckle, chuckle. He wrote chuckle in his quite so. Linda. Quite so, Linda. Lumber. So we add the joint to it, and then we're gonna lumber, add child. Let's look it up. Cure for hiccups. Actual, real cure for hiccups. I know they figured this out. They actually figured this out. Where is it? Drink soda upside down? I do have a trick that I used to do when I was younger, but it's going to be hard to do now because I'm a bitter old man. But I used to close my eyes and think of something that would make me laugh out loud. Alas, I'm a cold, calloused individual now. Nothing makes me laugh. Make him giggle fart. Ooh, at my old job at the bank, I was leaving my office. And as I left, I was holding in a fart. Okay. and I'm walking through the main IT area and I sneeze. I sneeze. And I let the fart out at the same time. It was such an explosion of like force that it hurt so bad. So I'm getting out of there. I'm like, achoo, and it just rips out of me. And then I just double over in pain because the flatulence hurts. It just hurt. Oh, God. Oh, man. No, maybe that's what I was trying to do. Maybe I was trying to, no, but I actually did sneeze. But man, that exploded out of me. It's such a visceral explosion. Okay, so now we have the mesh and we have the collision, but you don't see it on here. So it's a trust me bro kind of thing. Let's add a camera. And scoot it back. And then we'll turn on collision shapes. We got that. We'll just run the scene. And I'll see Jack. And that's because what? That's because what? I don't know the reason. I don't know the reason. Maybe we got to set an editable instance. I think we should do this on the lumber side so we can adjust the size of the joint on itself. Or the size of the lumber. What do you think about that? How about them apples? I have a Bush song stuck in my head. Tree node. There we go. Okay. Jolt joints. Yep. Yeah, we're doing 6 degrees of freedom. So let me just show you kind of what we're headed towards. I promise this will eventually make sense. We have test branch right here. So this scene here, see that little bounce? That's what we want. We want that bounce. Oops. Boing. And then when you cut the tree branch, it'll start to break and then like that. Yeah, now we just have to do it like we can build it with some easy interfaces and start connecting things together and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're building right now. I just got to get everything sort of set up right. Everything's in. All right, so there we go here. Collision shapes. Oh, that's good. So now we need to be able to adjust the size based off of our settings. So we have mesh.
I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this. What? Who? What? What? Where? How did that happen? Let's see. Live. When did that? Who did that? Where did that? Filter plus program. What is all this crap? Black Shift. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'd show you some other stuff. I can show you from the Discord, but I can't show you right now. But we can basically like Fruit Ninja trees now. So let me show you that. This is what it looks like when we slice it. We are now replacing the white spots here with the actual mesh. But we can cut these things up too. And then we procedurally we generate a collision mesh around the shape of the mesh that we sliced. And then we like glue it all back together again. But we're running into some things there that we got to do. So I had a nightmare that a black widow the size of the tarantula bit me and mama wasn't taking me to the doctor. Please sow some sorrow for your child. I'm sorry. Was that last night? It was so huge. Odie's been pointing out a lot of spiders, so that might have been part of it. I always think about my dreams. Try to think about your dreams from why you had them. Not that they were just scary. So something big, a spider larger than its actual size. Did anything happen that day where something was unusually big? We know that spiders came up a few times yesterday. So that's part of the equation. I don't know. I don't know. I tend to believe more about interpreting dreams from influences of our subconscious rather than our subconscious trying to say something. There's a few schools of thought on dreams and trying to interpret them, and I think it's a waste of time. But I do think that you can look at your day and your recent events in your life and why your brain put together that puzzle of your dream. Odie got huge in Smash Bros. And that was like a significant thing too, wasn't it? That could be it. If you start thinking about your dreams like that, you'll make the connections of what happened that day and why you dreamt that. The ones that get weird is when you have a lot of reoccurring dreams. And generally, those tend to be the same ones over and over. Obviously, if you're going to call them reoccurring. So, yeah, but try not to think of them as scary dreams, but puzzles to solve. So heights. Why are we 2? Now this is the mesh height. Okay, so now it should create a branch that is whatever size and length we give it. And this is the starting trunk. So now it should look like a little stump. Sure enough. Stump sat alone on a buggy marsh. She's stumped. She's stumped. She's in my head. She's stumped. She's stumped. She's stumped. Might be dead. Do. The one she got was sort of rotten and insane. Alright, we go like this. We delete this. Daddy Longlegs. What? What? That's the joint. We don't want to set the joint Y position. We want to set lumber Y position. Don't save. Delete this. Add that. Booyah. Okay. So now we're right at the bottom. Right at the bottom. If we check the rigid body, we are still in the middle. Very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. So now when we add, here's the other thing too. If we just call add branch, then everything can happen from the editor. So if we just emit and we say self, then we can do everything on the tree editor. Which would be all of the stuff we're doing here again. And so therefore on lumber, we would want, this is getting real easy, boys. Suddenly, I love it when a plan comes together. Boop-a-doo, boop, 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 boop. Do-do-do-do-do, bum-ba-da-ba-bum. Dun, 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 that spider was huge. I thought children dream about ponies and rainbows. I had some wild, scary dreams when I was a kid. One of the reoccurring dream I had, though, was really weird. I would wake up in the middle of the night in my room that I fell asleep in, and there would be a giant Knott's Berry Farm Snoopy guy. You guys know the Knott's Berry Farm Snoopy costume? So this little guy, or rather big guy, would show up in my room. He looked different back then. Hang on. So this guy, wait, you guys can't see it. Over here. This guy would show up in my room and just be standing there. And then he would put his hand out. And then I would take his hand and we'd go for a walk outside in the dark. And then we'd walk down my driveway and then walk up the hill down towards where the street went down to the rest of the town. And I wasn't ever scared, and I felt calm and safe, and like going with Snoopy was the right thing. So yeah, what the hell was that about? That one I don't know. Except that I had a Snoopy. Oh my God, now it's all making sense. I had a Snoopy stuffed animal that looked a lot like that costume. Why did I keep having this dream? The only difference was it was Snoopy, but he had red ears for some reason. Because it was like a knockoff. Sleep paralysis Snoopy. You know how it was crazy how long it took me to realize how not to have sleep paralysis. It's wild to me in hindsight how long it took me to figure that out.
Huh?
I think that's it. I think we have the system. Here we go. Okay, so now we just need to determine the position. And like I said, the way that I think that I'm going to do this is we're going to take the joint, which is right now buried inside, it's nestled inside the bosom of the branch. It needs to be like that, right? We also need a button on the tree editor, hide the mesh. So we need a button that just says hide meshes. Then we need a reference to all the meshes and we can just turn them off. So we can just see the collisions and the joints. Hide meshes. Hide mesh. Button. Hide meshes. Funk. Togo is on Tubi, guys. Watch the movie. Criminally Underviewed came out right before the pandemic, right after Call of the Wild. I think people didn't want to watch it because Call of the Wild had the weird CGI dog. It's so damn good. Nobody's seen it. It got deleted from existence briefly from Disney. And now it's on Tubi. That's the only place you can watch it on streaming. You cannot buy it. There is no physical release. It was a Disney Plus movie. I am recommending this movie. Watch this movie. It's about an Alaskan sled dog and his musher. It's very, very good. It's William Dafoe. Out, am I? Right, gotta do the Dafoe laugh. But it's very good. Just go in blind. Don't watch the trailer. The trailer shows, it's one of those things, the trailer doesn't show too much, but it also, like, it's just better to just, I don't know. I find trailers are just too revealing now. It's based off a true story, yeah. And everything in it that seems insane.
Huh?
And like totally, this is not part of the real story. If you look it up, you're like, oh shit, this was part of the real story. It's wild. I have to stop watching trailers so much as soon as they start revealing way too much. Dude, it's so wild. It's like, wow, I just watched the whole movie. Tubi's free. Tubi is the best streaming service and it's 100% free. It's wild. But yeah, it's on Tubi. It's a very, very good movie. I only watch trailers and read synopsises off of IMDb. One of my favorite things to do when I know it's a turd of a movie and I'm never going to watch it is to just watch reviews of it. I'd spend the length of a movie that I wouldn't watch to watch people talk about how much they didn't like it rather than watch the movie. Okay, so if we have each of the joints, each of the lumbers, how about this? We just have references to the meshes. So we just go meshes is an array of mesh. And we just append all of our meshes to it. Now, why could anyone who's seeing me do this, they're seeing this dry, it's begging, it's screaming at them. Why are you repeating yourself here and here? Why? Does anyone know why I haven't done anything about that yet? Because I do. But I will. I just haven't yet. It's not hugely important. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll call this show hide meshes. And then what we'll do is we will meshes visible bool true. And then all we'll do is for loop mesh in meshes. And then we will flip the bool. Meshes visible equals the opposite of meshes visible. And then we'll say mesh visible equals meshes visible. Okay. Dr. Captain, how you doing? And then this button will say show/hide meshes. Show hide meshes. We're going to close and reopen this again. We're going to go here. We're going to delete this sumbitch. We need to get loading and saving going as well. Oops, wrong thing. Oops, we don't want to do that either. Add base, add base. Okay, we've got the base added, add branch. Oh, I tried to do mesh 3D. There we go. So now we can hide the meshes. Add a base. Add a branch. Now the branch is wrong. We kind of need to spawn it somewhere else. But here we go. And then we can say show hide meshes. And interestingly, invalid call. Oops, spelled it wrong. There we go. This is what we want. So we need to be able to hide the mesh because we want to be able to look at the joints. And already just being able to look at the joint, we know that this one is configured incorrectly. Not only is it in the wrong position, but it's also in the wrong orientation for what we need. We need it to fit this way, and we specifically need to make it so that the position is fine. It's that, I mean, there's a couple different ways to think about this, but we were talking about having, say, X always be the direction of the grain of the wood, remember? And so we want to do something like that here, where that way when we're configuring these limits, that we know that it's always in the direction of the grain of the wood, right? And that's very important for us to be able to grep and think about this in a consistent manner. So I think we're at a very good stopping point for now. We're cooking with this, and it's something we can come back to. And what the next thing when we get back to this, what we're going to do is we're going to start working on when we add more meshes and stuff like that, we can, if we have, there's a bunch of things, right? If we have show hide, then what we can do is when we add new things to the scene, we can set the visibility of the mesh based off of what it's currently flipped to, right? And then that way we can just still see this skeleton view, this X-ray view. And so we'll do that. And then when we add branches off of something, we want to position it in a way where we can see it, because it's kind of buried inside of the existing cylinder of the branch. So we'll do that as well. As well, on a branch, we want to be able to select it on the rigid body and adjust the length and width like we have right here. And when we do this, we want it to change here accordingly. But that causes a cascade effect where we need to have all of the other branches that are connected to this one also adjust accordingly. So we have to have an algorithm to circle through that and all that kind of stuff. Luckily, it'll know, we'll have it set up so we know the neighbors and all that kind of stuff. And it can just send it, it's like a signal or an emission, something like that. But each one will know that the last one changed and so on. And so, but now we're going to be able to start building out a tree, having the joints configured the way that we want it automatically. And all we should have to do, the plan is that all we need to do is move the rigid body around like this, get it where we want it, and the joint will move to the corresponding connection point that would be necessary to marry the two meshes together. And that should hopefully give us that wiggle, right? And then we should be able to build a tree soon. And then once we have the tree built, we're going to throw it back into the regular game. We're going to have to adjust a lot of the game code because of the changes that we've made to be able to even develop this. And then we'll do that, and then we'll go back to the cutting problem. But before we do that and go back to the cutting of the mesh and all that stuff, what we'll do is we'll just make it so we can climb a tree again and just choose a point at a joint and say, I sawed this, and watch it fall. And start cutting the tree just so we can make sure that everything's right. And then we'll go back to the problem that we're trying to solve, where when we have the rigid body spatial stuff is all wrong. The reason why we have to fix that is because when we do that Bethesda pickup mechanic, the rigid body has to be where the mesh is in its center point, in its axis to line bounding area. If it is not, the code that we use to pick it up is then putting the mesh like way behind us, because the rigid body and the mesh location are way far away from each other. So we'll do that on the next stream. And that's going to be Thursday. If it's not Wednesday or Thursday night, it's going to be Friday. So I will see you guys then. Much love to everybody out there. Let's go ahead and raid somebody. We've got 25 of you hanging out here. I appreciate it. I'm losing my voice. I always kind of yell when I talk about this stuff. Turn into a yelling old man. We did Covino yesterday. Let's do Wallaber. Wallaber's been raiding us. We really appreciate it.
Like, is Blender like erroring? Taking a while to write the file. That's to be expected because this is a pretty beefy file. Okay, it's still thinking. You got this, Blender. I believe in you. This is going to be a little annoying for
See you guys.